line. And on the podium, we were expecting to have 3 people. At the moment, it's 2. Maybe the third will still come. The panel is moderated by Piotr Rutkowski, the academic director of the Belarusian Institute for Strategic Studies.
Thank you. Еще раз. Здравствуйте.
Hello again, those of you who have just joined us. That is the 19th Minsk Forum, and now we're moving on to the next panel discussion, that is education. And the proper title is Education, a non-political endeavor with political consequences. And here, during the panel discussion, Professor Bardomatsky spoke, and he most probably has already left. And usually he says that he tries to avoid pathos and sticks to figures only. But I remember a year ago, exactly 1 year ago, it was with an aura of pathos. He said that with this level of education in Belarus, authoritarianism should not be possible. And we're going to hold our panel discussion along the line of this reasoning. So education is a juxtaposition of different types of activities, of value-based activities, educational activities that are not political per se, but they do have a political weight, especially in the long run. And so some research has been done that shows that, in fact, there is this clear correlation between the level of democracy and the index of education. And as far as our participants are concerned, today we're going to speak to 2 panelists who are online, and 2 panelists are offline. As far as offline is concerned, one more person is going to join us. So we're going to listen to Tatiana Shchiptsova from the office of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya office, representative on education and science. She's a PhD professor at the European Humanities University. So Tatiana is here with us online. And also together with us we have Pavel Barkowski, who is a Doctor of Philosophy, an associate professor, and currently an independent researcher. But for a period of 15 years, he used to lecture at the Belarusian State University, and he was the witness of those. He witnessed the establishment of the university community and the uprising against repressions and injustice. And also together with us, we're going to have Andrei Lauruhin, an expert on education, science, and innovation. He is a PhD of philosophy, and Andrei is with us online. Do you hear us? Very good. And we do hope that Marek Gołkowski is going to join us. He is a representative of the Konstanty Kalinowski Scholarship Program based in Warsaw. So please be seated, sir. Yes, wherever you prefer, perhaps here. Okay, so all set. And let us begin with the presentation by Tatiana Shchiptsova. She would have to leave this panel discussion somewhat earlier on, as she has to catch the plane. So, Tatiana, we are interested in your opinions. If you could please share your opinions on the challenges that we face in the educational system in Belarus, and also what challenges is Svetlana Tikhanovskaya's office facing, because education of Belarusian men and women has to be done abroad. So I would like to give you the floor, and we are interested in your opinions. Please confirm that you hear me. Everything okay? Yeah? So thank you very much for the invitation, for possibility to speak. I do apologize, but unfortunately after my speech I would have to run away to the airport, so I won't have an opportunity to take part in the discussion. And perhaps I would like to speak in a concise fashion. I would like to present my opinion and to speak on this matter. As far as the challenges and tasks are concerned, perhaps that I speak as a representative on education and science of the Svetlana Tikhanovska's office. And here I need to speak in two parts. Part one refers to the current poignant problems, and the second part, I apologize, there is a very strong echo effect. There's a very strong echo effect that renders interpretation impossible. I'm afraid that Mrs. Shtytsova has very strong echo effect. Interpretation is not possible due to a very strong echo effect. It is important to wear headsets. Could you please ask Mrs. Shtytsova to wear the headsets? I apologize, we shall resume interpretation as soon as possible. This is interpreter's announcement. Due to technical problems with the quality of sound, we are not capable of providing full interpretation. There is a very strong echo effect, and interpretation is not possible due to the quality of sound. We apologize for that.
Right, so there are different scholarship programs. Sometimes people do not speak the language, and there are some other issues. So I wanted to say a few words about the situation that despite systemic approach, technical issues. Wait a second, please. Can I continue? Can I continue? Tatiana is asking whether she can continue.
We apologize. We're still having the same problems with the echo, so interpreting is not possible at the moment.
Негосударственных инициатив, которые, к счастью, давно, ну или относительно недавно, существуют в Беларуси. Есть много разных экспертных площадок, которые занимаются вопросами образования и школьного, и высшего, и подготовили целый ряд каких-то рабочих документов, предложений. Вот учитывая эту нашу ситуацию, я вижу главную задачу штаба Тихановской в том, чтобы содействовать выстраиванию сегодня.
Our main task is today to build such a communication that would allow for developing this consolidated approach as part of the coalition, as part of the forum of different communities. We can reach an agreement, develop working documents that would represent the views of the expert society community of Belarus, so that when time is ripe to implement the reforms, we could do it. Currently, we have a lot of expert platforms. They all speak different languages. Discussions are very diverse, and I have an in-depth knowledge of the situation. So there is this focused approach, and we will develop a consolidated opinion. Mediation and navigation is going to be offered so that thanks to discussions we can draw conclusions, common conclusions. And we can build an expert platform, the bank of ideas, in order to build discussions, to exchange views, to organize events and initiatives, in order to build common understanding, taking into account what is to be done. And the last thesis I would like to raise during this discussion is an issue related to the relationship between civil society and the state. To what extent, taking into account that in future Belarus, educational institutions cannot be only state-owned institutions, but also private institutions of higher learning, there might be such a situation when we face the need to discuss such solutions. What do we focus on? What values do we support in terms of educational reforms? For example, to comment on that, if we have state-owned and private institutions, educational institutions, will this be public good or private good? Such discussions are underway in Western countries, and it is related to the fact that there are changes in the area of education, and there are changes related to the fact that during the last decade, neoliberal management was most widespread in terms of managing educational institutions. So one issue is what shall be done? What is our view of the image of a graduate of an ordinary Belarusian school? So the graduate of a general secondary school, what he or she shall look like, what type of knowledge do they obtain? This is an issue of utmost importance. Another issue is related to the fact that, dear colleagues, I'm addressing colleagues from the panel discussion. You've been dealing with these issues for a long time. Marek, Andrei, and Pavel. This neoliberal management approach and authoritarian traditions and legacies in some of the countries. This mixture has generated certain effects, including negative consequences, and Belarusian experts and researchers and scientists want to reform education in our country. There can be a trap that we got impressed by Western solutions, but some of those Western solutions which are technically really well established. But many of them, from the point of view of a general approach, ideology, could become tools for neoliberal management of educational establishments. There are discussions about scientific-centric approaches. And what about the approach that is suitable in the case of the reform of higher education in Belarus? When we discuss it all together, what principles have to be the milestones and pillars of future education, higher education in Belarus, we have to take into account the critical approach of intellectual tradition in the West. And secondly, we have to take into account post-Soviet and Central European discussions of scientists in the area of education, because neoliberal management and post-Soviet approaches create a very strange mixture. And we don't have time for that. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Спасибо большое, Татьяна.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, for this multifaceted speech. We have heard quite a number of ideas about how to promote life learning of our teachers, educators, also in the area of acquiring the knowledge of English language, the neoliberal management under the conditions of authoritarianism. This is an extremely important issue as well. Unfortunately, Tatiana, are you with us? I can hear you, but I have to leave, Tatiana is saying. One question. Shall you answer one question very briefly? If you have a brief question for Tatiana, please. Tatiana, I have a brief question. The stance of the Svetlana Tikhanovska's office or staff on reform of education. Would you like to implement reforms after the change of the political situation in the country? Or would you rather prepare your approach and reform now before the changes in the country? What would your answer be? Thank you, Pavel. We have to get ready right now, straight away. Maybe I wasn't clear on that. We have to be ready now, but we will implement it when it is possible. Thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon.
And now we shall move on. Let us move on to the next speaker. I would like to invite Paweł Barkowski. And for technical reasons, so we have had some organizational difficulties, and I also understand that it's important also to speak just a little bit slower, so as also to help the interpreters. And please remember that we have 10 to 12 minutes per speech. And now I'd like to give the floor to Paweł Barkowski, as I mentioned before. He was an active participant and a witness of the movement of the university, movement of the academic community, and would be interesting to see how those events have affected the academic community and what shall we expect in the future. How about the potential of the academic community, that of professors and students? What do you think? I would like to begin with that today we have a double tragic date. That is, this is the anniversary of Roman Abadenko's death, who died last year. And also today we have an anniversary of the Black Thursday. That is the day 12 student activists were arrested, who then were processed and they were sentenced to 2.5 years in a colony. So I would like to begin with a minute of silence. Thank you. And I shall be brief because this topic is quite vast and there is so much material on that. And my topic, the way I see it, is to talk about the way the academic milieu in Belarus is linked with protests. And as far as the academic community are concerned, the teachers and students, just like many more citizens in Belarus, were very much active as citizens, being citizens. But they also voiced their own specific position as members of the community as they took part in those events. So I'm speaking of the academic community of higher educational facilities, of universities, because as far as secondary schools are concerned, it's more difficult at the level of the secondary school to organize any civil movement, and teachers were very much limited in voicing their civil position as teachers of secondary schools, and they, as teachers, they could simply express their own opinions. And sometimes in secondary schools, school children went on public protests against a public policy, or graduates of secondary schools, for instance, were protesting by putting diplomas on school fences, and this is how they were expressing their disagreement with the falsification of the results of the elections, and this is how they were supporting their secondary school teachers. Now, as far as the academic community is concerned, then in this case, primarily students took part in the protests for a number of reasons. And professors, the academics, could not support the movement to the same extent, although partially they were supporting. And I would like to show some video materials now. This is a documentary that was done by students themselves. It's called Gaudamos, that is the students' protests in Belarus. And if you have not yet seen this video material on YouTube, full version, and it shows, it's an insider view, so how the protests were organized and carried out by the Belarusian students. And in my brief contribution, I would like to speak about a number of issues. This is how the academic milieu, academic community joined the protests. And also, let us talk about the current expectations. So first and foremost, I was saying that the academic community had its own face within the framework of the general civil protests, and both teachers and students of many universities, primarily Minsk universities, but also some regional universities, were clearly expressing their civil position. And they were speaking as the academic community against what was happening in Belarus. And the main forms of protests that they used as the academic community were marches. Those were students' marches. So you were usually starting at the college buildings, and they were also organizing joint protests that were organized both by students and teachers, but also different types of actions. For instance, singing songs at the university campus, or posting posters in front of the university buildings, or the sit-in protests where students were leaving and sitting outside, and this is how they were expressing their civic stance, or the flash mobs. And the flash mobs were organized both by students and teachers to express their civic civic position, and it shows that a large part of society disagreed what was happening, and there were some other forms of protest that were not that conspicuous, but they did happen. For instance, strikes, and strikes were not as famous as strikes staged by some of the companies, but in fact, students were actively striking on strike. They were not attending lessons and lectures, especially in September and in October of 2020. So there was a wave of strikes, student strikes, and I know that some of the students were on strike throughout the first semester, and the university management was being loyal, and they were not obstructing such protests for students. And also there were different types of consultations and negotiations, and there were talks with Kachanov and with other members of the administration, and so there were different talks about possible reconciliation. Also, students were dressing up in specific way, but they were also waving banners and flags, and were also distributing stickers within the university campus. And so that was showing the activity level of the academic community. And also we were doing video material like this one, and also we were appealing to hold proper elections and to stop violence. And in fact, that was done in the name of students and teachers of universities. And sometimes they were holding some topical talks and discussions and psychological training for the participants of protest movements. So it was not really very much presented in the mass media, but the students were active in many different forms. So as you can see, a large variety of different forms of protest, and the academic community reacted very strongly. And it was more or less safe for the participants, for themselves. And so the students and the teachers were reacting. And but then the level of tension increased, and some students some students and teachers were, in fact, laid off from the university for political reasons. So the tension is still there. But who were the participants of such events? Most and foremost, those were students and some teachers in particular. I would say that that was the age group under 35. And but in fact, there were many active people up to 50. And usually those were representatives of the universities in the capital city. So those were usually the students and teachers of the top 5, top 10 universities, but also Polska University was quite active. And was it a coordinated activity, type of activity? This is sometimes that this was presented in court and charges were made that everything was coordinated. But in fact, it was self-organization. It was a horizontal type of activity. So the participants themselves, they were not marionettes in the hands of anyone. That was a very much spontaneous movement and self-organized movement. And other universities were joining in, but in fact, all those protests were not coordinated, and there was some aid, structural, organizational support given to students, and some people who could share their experience or knowledge were doing so. But it is not to say that they were highly influential. It's not to say that they were organizing anything at all. And then there was this huge wave of so the Black Thursday was the beginning of the wave of repressions, and then the wave of repression started, and some of the teachers were laid off, but they were laid off from universities not on the grounds of for political reasons, but usually they were laid off allegedly due to the termination of their contracts of employment at the universities. But we all know what that really means, and so also many students had to leave their universities after examination sessions for allegedly being poor academic progress, and some teachers were laid off because they were no longer needed. And so this is how the authorities were regulating the situation at the universities. So officially speaking, universities are quiet. Officially speaking, there are no protests at the universities at the moment. But is it to say that the academics today, that the students today, are they capable of becoming active participants or active drivers of change? Are they capable of doing so today? I think that today we cannot actually claim that, because the academic community shares the point of view of other academic milieus in Belarus. So the academic community shall be ready to join a new wave of protest. However, I doubt that the academic community itself would be a champion of protests. So a certain level of dissatisfaction has been maintained in society, which is understood, which is clear. But I do not think that the academic community is ready for any active participation due to high level of political risk. There is a very high risk of political participation, and due to very strong political repressions, they're not ready to take an active part in protests. So I think that the academic community stays put with their values and their ideals. They are going to be protesting or the protest activities that shall be organized by someone else. So they're going to join protests that are going to be staged by some other organizations. So I understand that this is quite a big topic, and it is impossible to present it in greater detail within such short period of time. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation, and I'm sure that there will be questions, but the questions will be asked later once everyone speaks. And the next speaker is going to be online again, Andrei Lavrukhin, who is an expert on education, science, and innovation. And Andrei Lavrukhin was leading a project on reforming education, on the reform of the educational system in Belarus after the hypothetical but also real transition to democracy.
The project on reforms was developed within the office of Svetlana Tikhanovska. Not really. The educational officer for New Belarus, Olga Szparaka. Thank you. Thank you for this comment and clarification. And the participants of our forum will be the first to hear about the preliminary results of this project. So over to you, Andrei. 10 up to 12 minutes. I know it is extremely difficult, but still please take an attempt. Thank you, Piotr. Thank you, dear organizers, for your kind invitation. I'm happy to take the floor and share my views on this issue. Let me start with delineating the scope of challenges and problems. Let us start with higher education. During the last year, starting August 2020, preliminary data show, and statistical data are very difficult to collect, and they might not be very precise, from Belarus. More than 5,000 students moved out of Belarus and study abroad. 50% of them are migrants who are not necessarily related to political pressure. Traditionally, there has been a huge outflow of students from Belarus when people preferred to study in the Russian Federation. The majority of students studied there. And over the last 5 years, we can see the growth of the number of students who study in Poland, and Poland becomes the competitor country compared to the Russian Federation. The general population of students studying in Poland within 2-3 years will be comparable to the number of students studying in the Russian Federation. So we must say that there is a shift in the tendency. People move from Russia to countries of Western Europe, and this tendency could be seen this year as well. It is also vital that out of 5,000 student migrants, 2,500 are immigrants who left the country for political reasons. Tatiana Szczytcowa described the initiative under the CBMA auspices, and in cooperation with it, it is a scholarship program to support students. 1,500 applications were filed for political reasons, the majority of them. And we must say that taking into account verification of this motivation, there might be some issues with the verification of these reasons, but we must say that political reasons might be one of the main driving factors. There is a huge belief that actually it is so. And my preliminary conclusion would be that at least 2,500 students have left the country to study abroad for political reasons. Is this tendency going to develop? Are we going to see a rise in the number of student migrants? It is very sensitive to political repressions against dissenters who study at universities. For example, it is true of journalism, political science, sociology, humanities in general. And of course, pressure and censorship and open repressions continue, and they become more and more drastic and brutal. This year, apart from the growing crackdown on universities and institutions, and there is a growing censorship and pressure, and the model of firing lecturers and expelling students is being honed better and better. So people are expelled apparently for other reasons, but in fact it is politically motivated. And university administration has honed its methods. There is a deputy rector position now on ideology and education. Previously, it existed in a latent form, but now this is an official position. And people from law enforcement or law enforcement-related employees or those who cooperate with law enforcement hold this position of the vice rector on education, upbringing, and ideology. So in such a way, we create the closed institutions, an institution of people surveilling each other, and people report on each other, and so on and so forth. This does not promote open mind and open thinking within universities. Pavel has already mentioned these issues. We could see those pictures when the students were brutally treated by law enforcement, and rectors of universities are appointed by the president of Belarus. This is what is stipulated in the code, and we can see it in practice. So without the consent of Lukashenko, we wouldn't have a single rector that runs universities. The Bologna process is underway. In November 2020, there was a conference of ministries from the European countries, and the issue of repressions against university lecturers and students was at the center of discussion. And 3 countries initiated resolutions. The UK, Germany, and Scotland initiated the resolution. Unfortunately, the initiative was blocked. For example, France was against it, and the Russian Federation issued a statement which made impossible to develop a common resolution. Let me quote. The Russian Federation says, "We are really concerned that the resolution on the situation in Belarus," this document was presented during the conference, "is politically motivated. We are against interference in the internal domestic policy of a neighboring state." You can read the text of this Russian Federation's statement. It is available online. And Belarus is still part of the Bologna process, but its status is unclear. The roadmap could be developed for Belarus as well, but it was not implemented. But speaking of university and academic freedom, it is non-existent in Belarus. This status quo, the state of the art, as Piotr has announced, there is a research underway. I will say a few words about it as well myself. But first, a few words about secondary school. which is also under pressure. Let me remind you, more than 50% of polling stations commissions were representatives of schools. These were teachers. So teachers took part in election fraud, which means that the society distrusts teachers. So the reputation and the status of the teacher profession has deteriorated. So events after the dramatic presidential election mean that there are differences in approach to teachers, and voting took place in polling stations, which in many cases were located in school buildings. And parents were asking, we don't need your diplomas, you have sold your honesty. And there are some proofs that teachers were involved in election fraud. So there is a mistrust on the part of the society towards teachers. The next issue, politics and education and teaching. Is it possible to offer teaching outside of politics? So if it is not related to politics, is it really possible? So this is a range of questions that we might address. Secondary school is under pressure and intervention, political intervention. You might have heard that there are new positions of military arts teachers, so former officers become teachers of military arts and patriotic upbringing of minors, of children under 18. Andrei, I'm very sorry, Andrei. Can you please sum up on the project of reforms? Because we're running out of time, so you've got 3-4 minutes. Let me now move to the part on research. So reaction to challenges is one thing, and these challenges can be treated as drivers of awakening of public awareness and the reset of understanding of what education is about. So we believed, and we still believe, that it is productive to think about future reforms and to prepare expert community and society to understand the direction of changes. As part of the research that Piotr announced from the Office on New Belarus, under my leadership, we have developed a set of reforms, a set of documents based on analytical research in the area of special, secondary, and higher education. These were 3 projects. And the major approaches are as follows. These are 2 aspects, 2 major components that are most necessary: fighting bureaucracy and fighting ideologization.
So we have developed a scenario of possible development of events, and also the most optimum of them refers to a possible transition to democratic development of the country, and it was presented as the most successful possible scenario. So basically speaking, as far as the materials are concerned, they are still in development. They're being fine-tuned. So that is why I could not present you this material for today. But generally speaking, the structure, the principal ideas have already been shaped. So the point is to take a set of specific measures that could be proposed so as to de-bureaucratize within a reasonable period of time, within 2 years. And also it is important to develop a roadmap for possible reforms and to have that roadmap ready for de-idealization and for de-bureaucratization. So I understand that my time is over, so I will be more than happy to answer your possible questions. But please stay with us. And if there are questions, and I think there will be questions, then we will delve into this topic of the reform. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Marek Gołkowski from the Konstanty Kalinowski Scholarship Program. I almost wanted to say Tsikhanowski Scholarship Program, but it's Kalinowski Scholarship Program, I apologize. And Kalinowski's program has been out there for 15 years now. And within this period of time, we've already seen a number of generations of students using this program. But I understand that 2020 was a very special year, but there were other years that are quite significant, that is 2010, 2011, but 2020 is a very special year in many different terms. So it would be interesting to know from you about the new challenges that the Kalinowski program is facing. So what are the challenges that you're facing, and how would you optimize the development of students and the development of those scientists who have addressed you as a result of the current events in Belarus? So, thank you. My name is Marek Gołkowski. I represent the Warsaw University, the Eastern Studies Institute. This is where we run the Kalinowski Scholarship Program. This program was developed in 2006 under the auspices of the chairperson of the Council of Ministers. At that time, it was Kazimierz Marcinkiewicz, who was the prime minister at the time. And this program was aimed to provide scholarship aid to those students who could not continue their education in Belarusian universities. So the idea is very beautiful. And the financial possibilities with this program have never been huge, despite high auspices of the prime ministers. But of course, we need to speak in the context of 2020. And since 2020, we have received approximately 1,000 students on the scholarship program. So practically speaking, we do not run educational activities as such. So we have a number of students who have come here to study for post-diploma courses, or also those are students who are enrolled at the Warsaw University. But the majority of students that we support, they actually do not study at the University of Warsaw at the moment. And so once the program was established, we used to enroll 30 to 40 students a year, having two programs. The first program is full education at universities at BA level, and also MA studies. And also we had students who for a year-long internship, and so they during their internship programs, they could cooperate with our scientists, with Polish scientists, and this is how they were writing their diploma works. So undoubtedly, our scholarship program was not attractive enough to have a huge wave of students coming to Poland. But what is important is that that we faced two circumstances playing at the same time. That is COVID, related restrictions, and also the level of repressions in Belarus. Usually the scientists from the Eastern European Studies Center used to travel to Minsk and also to other cities in Belarus to hold exams there. So candidates were sitting exams, and thus they were going through the qualifications and enrollment process. And this is how we used to test the level of readiness of those students to undertake studies in Poland, and that was a great opportunity for us to test the knowledge of the Polish language on site, so that those students who would travel to Poland, that they would speak some level of Polish, would have some level of the command of the Polish language, although that was not necessary. And this is how we used to work since 2006, and there were some pauses, as it was the case in 2010. And this program was less intensive. I do not want to say that the program had no perspective of development, but the program was not being developed. But thanks to Alexander Grigorevich in 2020, in 2020, we had an avalanche of people who were forced to leave Belarus. And even if not in search of the political asylum in Poland, but then at least in search of social asylum in Poland. And I wish I would like to refrain from statistics, but still let me quote two figures. The first figure is 624 interested in 2020 and 430 interested in 2021. And in 2020, due to special measures, that special funds that we received, we were capable of enrolling all interested. And in 2021, it was no longer possible. Unfortunately, I should say. And of course, I do not wish to argue with the numbers, but according to the Belarusian House, we know that approximately 13,000 Belarusian students study in Poland, but not within the framework of our Eastern European Studies Center, because now we have approximately 1,000 plus students, and to that we need to add 900 students who study at NAVA within the framework of the NAVA. So of that, 2,000 of students are right now in Poland, I guess. And would like to address your attention to something new, to a new aspect that we paid attention to during our interviews with the Belarusian candidates. First, there is a huge geographical difference. Earlier on, those usually were students from Minsk, Brest, and Grodno, so from Western Belarus, basically speaking. But in 2020, we already saw a very new phenomenon. And I was very much surprised, although I do have quite a lot of experience with the Belarusian affairs. But Vitebsk and Polak University, but then Mogilów-Gomel University as cities joined the stream, and that was strange for me, because it turns out that those cities that were considered to be rather lenient towards Russia, that they were leaning towards the Russian-speaking community. And all of a sudden, those towns started looking for help in a very different direction. So they actually they became interested in Poland, and that was very interesting. And another observation, the second observation, a very large group of people could easily communicate in the Belarusian language, but they could not possibly study it at home. So we see an increased interest of the intelligentsia to the Belarusian language. So we found a very new way of identifying or identification already in eastern Belarus. Now, the third interesting point that we observed is, paradoxically speaking, the utilization of the mechanism was introduced by Belarusian authorities in the 1990s when the Chechens were moving to Poland. So those people were allowed to approach the border so that they could cross the border unchecked, uncontrolled, for them to appear in the territory of Poland. And it worked in 2020, again. And in this case, those were actually refugees, Belarusian refugees. And yes, those were single cases, but sometimes the border guards were even allowing their colleagues to cross the border, even if they had no visas, for them to be thus making it possible for them to run away to Poland, which was very curious. And just a word of commentary on the documents that we were actually forced our Belarusian students to present in Poland. So we needed IDs. Well, that's obvious. We needed to have some IDs, but also documents that would certify their secondary education, because in Poland one cannot study without having secondary education. And then, all of a sudden, the Polish universities started saying that they would not expect Belarusian students to present their secondary education certificates. What is most important, that those students are capable of studying well in Poland. So that was the first major change. And another point, which seems to be quite easily understood, of course, we would not ask the KGB to question those who are running to Poland. So we obviously do not need any documents from the Belarusian KGB in order to admit someone to study in Poland. That's obvious. So we immediately decided, okay, that we would actually trust those people, and whatever they were telling us during the interviews, we would trust them during our interviews. And I used to take part in those meetings, and I should say that all of our scientific staff found it to be very difficult to they found it very difficult to listen to what was being told to us by those students who had experienced torture, especially young girls. This is the type of experience none of us would ever wish to experience, but you could see that those people were broken down during interviews, and we were asking them to stop, not to tell about those hard experiences, and there was some. There were some funny situations where we were telling students, you don't have to share any information with us. We're not the Polish border guard. We're not interrogating you. We simply need some information that will allow us to enroll you into the scholarship program. But so this was something new. And finally, we see people from other parts of Belarus who are interested in this another sphere of culture. So they directed their steps. They became interested in a different cultural sphere.
It is also extremely important to know that these were people who were not fluent in Polish. Actually, they didn't have any contact with Polish. But it was not a problem, of course, but due to the fact that as part of our program we had this recruitment, I'm talking about 2020, starting in August until December. And only later on, those of them who have stayed in Poland and they had some issues with the visas, not everyone could take part in the 10-month-long Polish language course. Some of them had a shorter course, so not all of them could study at the university for the lack of knowledge of the Polish language. And this was our response to a social problem. It was not about education as such. Kalinowski's program is a scholarship program, and we are scientifically and academically oriented, and we always want to support those who have potential to learn, to study in Poland, and so that they can obtain higher education and obtain diplomas. But due to repressions, we had to focus on social issues as well. So not all of them who were of the right age, let's say, for studying at the universities, we still accepted these people, we enrolled them. I have 1 more minute left. Can I name the programs that we have? First, Kalinowski's program, university education, the classical approach. Second program, the course and 10 months internship and solidarity with Belarus starting in 2020. Under Kalinowski's program for those who were forced to flee Belarus or had to leave Belarus. There is a difference between fleeing, escaping, and leaving Belarus. And we have both categories of students. Free Belarusian University, we have such an idea. Professor Milinkiewicz tries to launch this university to offer broader opportunities for education. The Club of Graduates, University Graduates, we hope will expand and disseminate information about Kalinowski's program. And finally, the analytical group Belarus in the region and the staff for New Belarus is also about diplomatic teaching and learning. So we have our students, our graduates, those who take part in internships. We want to help, and we don't want to interfere with those who are in Poland and want to study. Thank you very much, Marek, for your work and for your presentation and for your speech. And we have 10 minutes left to answer questions to our speakers. Unfortunately, Tatiana Shitsova is on her way to the airport already, but we can address questions at the other 3 speakers. So please ask your questions. If you are not having security issues, please introduce yourself. Unfortunately, we cannot hear without the mic.
Знаю, что на уровне
I know know that at the level of the college and university, you know the issue of the apostille. The Polish legislation requires that a secondary school certificate has to have an apostille, which means that it has to be approved by the Ministry of Education in Belarus or in the embassy. So if someone is a refugee, gets political asylum, this person cannot contact the embassy or ministry in Belarus. We know that this is bureaucracy, and we have to do something to amend the law. Can we help with that? Maybe Belarusian organizations can help with that. Maybe our association can assist you with the Warsaw University, with the Kalinowski Scholarship Program. Anna Kaniewska, we know, always contacts you on these issues. Let us solve this problem. Maybe you have an idea about how to solve this issue. If I may, I'm going to focus on something I know and decisions I've been taking and the decisions I made. We are very flexible and open. If someone crossed the river of Bug, we are not expecting this person to prove a secondary school certificate in the Belarusian embassy or in Belarus. We are not requiring that this person approves the certificate in the Ministry of Education of Belarus. It's impossible. So we are flexible. And we have the rules. And the rules are very strict, but in a different sense. We have the human being at the center of our attention. We focus on a human being. We know that he or she or relatives or acquaintances of his or her, what can happen also to them. If someone was expelled from the university, we wouldn't say, go back and get a certificate of attending classes at the university in Belarus. It would be a joke. In Polish, we say that you can see what is true during laundry. So you can actually see the crux of the matter in practice. We didn't have any issues with our students who have been enrolled. If someone had good results during the interview, and those who have been enrolled are good students, successful students. They don't have problems with studies. They don't have communication problems with the Polish society. It is also very important because from scientific academic program, it has become a socially motivated program. So some of the people who wanted to leave, they left, or some of them were forced to leave. And I often ask students, are you not afraid of being Polonized? And I must say, many people were laughing, were smiling at me. So this was partially propaganda, and they're not afraid of Polonization. And I'm repeating to my students, the more languages you know, the more lives you have. When I speak Russian, we know Russian culture. And we like and love Dostoevsky, not Lenin, of course, although both wrote in Russian. For us, Russian literature is Bulgakov, although some say he's Ukrainian, but he wrote in Russian. This is Russian language literature. And it is really good to know other cultures and languages. So I'm saying you have to speak the language of your enemy, of Poles, when you are in Poland, and your life will be easier. We do not put pressure on people whenever it's possible. But if we have some doubts whether this person is a graduate of secondary school or not, then we have to inquire into that and try to get at least some proof of that. Secondary Belarusian schools have not caused problems with giving certificates, issuing certificates. I'm not sure I've answered your question, but there are no black and white pictures. You can continue the discussion during our break, our lunch break, and let us not say about the language of the enemy, that is the Polish language. Unfortunately, we cannot hear the mic. Sorry, the mic is not working.
Окей, хорошо. Я думал, мне дали включенный микрофон. Простите.
I'm sorry, let me repeat. Taking into account interpretation, I would like to add that today we haven't mentioned firing Belarusian teachers as part of the repression. Until 2020, I used to be an associate professor at the university, and some of the lecturers were fired as a result of participation in protests. For example, I am an example of such a person. And I decided to leave my job because I wanted to be outside of the mechanism of repression. So we have to take into account such people as well. So these are not always victims of being fired, but they also leave their university positions as a sign of protest. Thank you very much for your comment. How about questions? Maybe there are some brief questions, or else there are no questions. We are running out of time, and there is going to be lunch soon. During discussions, we often hear a question: how could we help students and those who undergo internship in Poland? We have a proposal, a suggestion. In Belarus, we don't have such opportunities. In Poland, we do have them. And whenever someone thinks about studying in Poland, maybe it is good to create conditions for contact with the Polish language in Belarus. It is extremely important. Those who come to Poland to study, they are 2 years younger compared to Polish students. It is extremely vital because in Poland, you do not treat students as children. They have to be grown-ups. So you can disseminate this information and prepare Belarusian young people so that they are independent once they start studying in Poland. We used to have a student, a female student, who wanted to study in Poland. She doesn't have any Polish origin. She didn't have any contact with Polish culture, but she spoke Polish in a brilliant way because her mother forced her to study Polish for 3 years so that she could take part in the Kalinowski Scholarship Program.
And her mother used to work as a cleaning lady in Poland. So it shows that there are people who know how to face this problem. I apologize for that, but that is very important. Yes, thank you for this practical advice, and important for us Belarusians who we know people who potentially speaking may need a possibility to continue their studies or to continue their scientific career in Poland or in any other country. So thank you very much for that. And I would like to thank Andrei Lauruhin, one of the speakers who is offline. I would like to thank Paweł Barkowski. And I would like to thank Mr. Gulkowski. Thank you very much for your kind participation and for the work that you do. Right. And by this, we shall conclude this panel discussion. We know that education is an important topic, and those who work in this sphere need even more energy to work because this is very important. And now, to the best of my understanding, it's lunchtime. See you after lunch.
after lunch, it's always the most difficult period, but I hope we'll manage. The third panel is media relocated journalism. Svitzer Lukashuk.
Добрый день. Добрый день. Панель посвящена...
Hello, good afternoon. We're going to talk about journalists, journalism, and the mass media. And let me begin with somewhat far away. My colleague, Piotr Rutkowski, the moderator from the previous panel discussion, he was perhaps trolling Professor Damatsky, reminding him that allegedly, he said, I don't know whether the professor would confirm this or disapprove, but as he allegedly said that the level of education in Belarus is such that authoritarianism could not happen. But it did happen. So professor was wrong. Was the professor wrong or right? Let him speak for himself. But as for journalism, journalists, Belarusian journalists, especially the independent mass media, have never had any illusions as to the possible behavior of the Belarusian regime with regard to independent Belarusian journalists. There is Euroradio, the Euroradio, and once they had already been expelled from Belarus. There is Belsat, and the Belsat on many occasions has been persecuted before all of that. But anyway, I'm not here to say that we are clairvoyants and that we could easily foresee how much toughness would be exercised by the Belarusian regime against the Belarusian mass media, but still we have not any illusions with regard to the authoritarian character of this regime. And today in Belarus, de facto, do not have any independent mass media remaining. All of them have been forced to leave, or they are imprisoned. So, in fact, no publishing houses left there. And of course, each mass media, each paper had its own trigger, something that made them to take a decision to relocate. And the media houses, media outlets, to face a number of threats, and they saw the threats that others were facing. So let us talk about specific media houses. And, together with our speakers, so today we had. I know it's Zerkala, it's Alexandra Pushkina. Also, we had of Igor Kuley of Belsat, the head of newsroom, Alexander Starikevich, the editor-in-chief of the Internet Gazeta. Well, Belarusians would be more used to saying, calling it Solidarność, solidarity. And also we have and he is also the deputy chairman of the Belarusian Association of Journalists, and Pavel Sverdlov of the Euroradio. So let us begin with Zerkala. And to Dubai, Alexandra, could you tell us about the reasons? What made you relocate? Why did your media house have to leave, take a decision or to relocate? And how do you think your media house is going to work onwards? Hello, good afternoon. Dubai was working in Belarus until the 8th of May, and there was no will or wish to leave Belarus. And we thought it was very much important to stay in Belarus and until May. But May, we kind of used to, although it sounds quite horrible, but we kind of got accustomed to this pressure. And so we got used to being imprisoned, and by that time we already had faced a criminal verdict, and she was imprisoned, and it's very difficult. But after the death of Roman Bednarenko and today's anniversary, our Katya was arrested on that day. And this is the burden we had to carry as we were working in Belarus, and we thought that that was the level of pressure we could withstand and we could stay in Belarus. But on the 18th of May, it's not that we relaxed and we were not expecting any more pressure to be done on us, but what happened, we were disbanded within a day. On the 18th of May, during a day, the office was effectively blocked. My colleagues were there. Some people were taken out for search parties were doing searches in our flats. 15 people were behind the bars, put behind the bars. They're still there. 14 people have been behind the bars for 6 months. So that was the trigger. Because we wanted to continue our work. We wanted to work inside Belarus, but it was no longer physically possible after that round. And now we are Zerkala. Zerkala is the continuator of Tut.by, and some of the editorial staff left abroad, approximately 30 people, and with a caveat that the majority of our editorial staff and of a group of Tut.by are still in Belarus. But they had to leave the editorial staff so as to be not linked with this. Is a very different thing, is impossible thing to do, but some houses were closed not only on the grounds of not paying taxes but not paying for utilities, so we paying everything. Anyway, now we are working. We had to leave and we have to work with the information without staying in the country. But still, we understand the significance of our work, therefore we are going to continue. Yes, if I may just explain as far as relocation is concerned. So once the management of Tut was put behind the bars, who was taking decisions? Who took the decision? Did you have an organized departure? And how does your editorial staff work right now? Because in Minsk you're on the office, and how do you work now? How about you now? Well, after the 18th of May, we all were leaving the way we could. There was no organization, and we were helping each other quite naturally, but that was not an organized relocation. At that time, we did whatever we could, so we left. We were leaving wherever we could to go. So some people were living together, some people were leaving for their relatives abroad, but that was not an organized relocation of the Zerkala team. So simply those people who could no longer stay in Belarus, who felt threatened, those people were leaving, and the process of relocation was very much procrastinated in time. Some people were under greater pressure and they were leaving overnight, basically. Some people had to prepare, and some people had to attend to some errands and did not have an imminent threat of being arrested, so they were leaving a month later. So we do not have a core office. We all are staying now in different countries. We're all working in remote mode, and most of our staff are in Ukraine, in Kiev, but I'm in Lithuania, in Vilnius. And so we were leaving to those places where we could find it better from the psychological point of view and from the financial point of view. So I cannot say that we had a plan of evacuation. No, it's just happened. Thank you, Alexandra. I think that if there are any questions, we will ask the questions at the very end of this panel discussion. And now over to Igor. Igor, Belsat. Belsat has been under pressure not since 2020. It had been under pressure much earlier on. You didn't have the possibility to register your correspondence. You didn't have any real possibilities to work. So was there any alleviation? Could you do any programs in Minsk, even if it was done in a half clandestine way? But I know that your journalists, your operators, your cameramen were being kept on apprehended. They had to pay many fines, and I know that keep on about you being persecuted. So what has changed, if anything? Hello, good afternoon. Well, a lot has changed, in fact. I was listening to Alexandra, and we find that our situation is a little bit more difficult and in a way a bit simpler than in the case of other media houses, because it's easy because the head of our editor has always been abroad. So it's a different story than in Tudbay, because in Tudbay they could organize a raid and just apprehend the entire management. In our case, this is impossible because the head of our media house is abroad anyway. But we are a TV station and we need a picture. We cannot work with the text only. We need a picture. And of course, it's easier to write a text, but in order to get the picture, you need to be out there. You need to be on site. You need to be there with the camera. The cameraman is conspicuous. So that's to begin with. Now, what has changed? Well, a lot has changed. Probably, yes, right now it's going to be an anniversary that is on the 15th of November, because on the 15th of November last year, after a stream from the square where people were commemorating Roman Bondarenko, our journalists were arrested. Andreeva and Dasha Tsuntsova were arrested, and everything changed after that, because practically we understood that the situation was very different now. It was not just an apprehension, so we knew that it would not be the case like in the past that apprehended they would stay in prison for 10 or 15 years. So we as journalists, we were always ready to be apprehended whenever the officers were approaching us. We knew that we could be arrested and they would be released after a day or maybe after 15 days. But in this situation, we knew it is going to be a different story. And after the 15th of November, we had to change the modus operandi. And we were waiting for that time to come. We knew that a very heavy blow will be delivered against us, and we knew that they will make our work totally impossible. We were getting ready for that day to come, and so it happened. And it happened in August this year, 2021. So in May they made a raid. Goodbye. They made a raid against us in August. So in fact, they had about in our studio. There was a whole debacle in our studio. For instance, Monday, Tuesday, we were working in the studio, and once we do not have a possibility to do any studio work, there was nothing that we could do, and that was exactly what they chose. So we started thinking about relocation, and that process was a more centralized and more organized because all of management, decision-making staff who could organize anything, all management was here in Poland in safety. So in this case, everything was rather well organized, and I may say that I don't know whether this is reason to boast or not, but in fact none of the Belsat colleagues has stayed not left unattended. So all those who could leave and find work could do so. We gave support to everyone.
I'm not sure I have to talk about it right now, but there is some team that is still working on the ground in Belarus. They couldn't leave, but they might not be involved in shooting, in taking to the streets, but they're working in a clandestine manner. From Vilnius, you can call, take a record of some comment and write an article. But in our case, we need pictures, we need to do the video shooting, and our viewers wanted to see that we were there in the streets with cameras. So, for example, we might be declared an extremist outlet, which we have been declared, and many experts who are in Belarus, they are afraid to give us commentaries. And many experts were forced to leave as well. So 80% of all independent Belarusian experts are living abroad now. And this is why every year we can maintain our information news agenda and comment what is going on in Belarus. Thank you, Igor. Let me now move to Alexander Starykiewicz from Piotr Rutkowski. I took over some of the wording. A question. Tudbay was forced to leave after criminal persecution. Bielsat after repressions and dismantling the studio. How about your outlet? Repressions, crackdown, what was the trick? Cannot hear without the mic. This is what I'm asking about. Frankly speaking, everyone chooses the tactics for himself or herself. We left late in the second half of the summertime when there was the crackdown on Tudbay, Nasza Niwa, Bielsat. Artyom Schreimer formulated it in the following way: either pretrial detention or awaiting pretrial detention. Why we decided to start working abroad. As regards relocation, was it a collective decision? You, as the editor, did you make a decision and you said we are not going to work for pretrial detention center before we are put behind bars? How did you make a decision? That's a collective decision, but it was up to every one of us whether they were going to leave or not. Poland, Lithuania, Seychelles Islands, and we were quite successful in moving away. Seychelles Islands, why not this destination? Right, so for example, they have the head office in Warsaw. They had a studio. They knew how to continue operation. In your case, what was the solution as regards access to information? This is up to the management, and it is about management and operations. It was not that difficult to decide. The decision was quite simple, so we relocated in such a way that the majority of our audience didn't notice that. Site was working in a seamless manner. Of course, some changes have been introduced, but it was a targeted approach. Alexandria, also the deputy chairman of the Belarusian Association of Journalism. And against the Belarusian Association of Journalists, there was a criminal case instigated, and they were forced to leave Belarus as well. So how about the activities of the Belarusian Association of Journalists? Is it possible at all? I've always supported the idea that it's not you who assess, evaluate your activities, but those who use your services. So Alexandra might refer to this question as regards the Belarusian Association of Journalists. We have been discussing it with her. Now over to Alexandra. I can't even imagine last summer, autumn, how can we survive without the Belarusian Association of Journalists? And sometimes you're running away and you go to the district, for example, center, and representatives of the Belarusian Association of Journalists always ready to counsel, to assist, to inform about pressure against journalists, and they help with relocation as well. We cooperate with a number of foundations and need some advisory services and counseling, and we had to get access to such assistance, and the BAJ does offer counseling and assistance despite the fact whether top management is represented in the case of a given media outlet. You know who to contact, you know how to discuss things with the Belarusian Association of Journalists, which has always helped us, and we can always contact them and ask them for assistance. Pavel Sverdlov, chief editor of the Euroradio. Can you comment on the situation of the Euroradio? Well, Zmiter, you are well aware of the situation on the Euroradio. I cannot be both a speaker and a moderator who is going to ask difficult questions, and you can address questions to your boss. It's a special occasion, right? So Euroradio is a little bit of Belsat and a little bit of Tudbay, so 50-50. The head office management is in Warsaw for 15 years already. We have been criticized for a long time that this means additional costs, expenses, and sometimes we couldn't afford something. But 2020 proved that in the case of Belarus, this was a very good decision to have a backup office somewhere abroad. Not only I'm talking about service, about technical solutions, but also talking about management and administration. On the other hand, for 12 years, until October 2020, we had accredited correspondents in Belarus, and we were officially present in Belarus. Relations with authorities was about tolerated hostility, let's say. But still, we must say that you are waiting whether they are going to come and detain you or not. Have you said something that will instigate a criminal case against you? Are you at the top or at the bottom of their list? When you have the official state, believe that you are not a top priority for the authorities. So as regards the trigger, we didn't have a given trigger. We observed situation with our colleagues, and we prepared relocation, and it started to happen at some point. Not to the detriment of access to information in Belarus. Some of our employees are still there on the ground in the country. those who don't want to leave Belarus. And we are frank, which is with each other. There are some obstacles, there are certain circumstances, and not everyone can escape from Belarus. So this is what it looks like. Right, we're running out of time, guys, so maybe there are questions from the audience. I'm not going to be as polite as previous moderators. I will start asking my question, your professional point of view. The propaganda representative of the Belarusian TV claimed that there was the ideological war underway, and we are all warriors, soldiers taking part in this war. Independent journalists have never said so. We are always in favor of honest journalism, independent journalism, which means that we offer objective information. We don't want to be forced to express biased view. We want to give people the opportunity to express their standpoint. As a person who has been dealing with journalists for a long time, I have heard these words from the first and second wave of opposition, or the third or fourth wave of opposition, that we are all ours. We cannot be criticized. We are on the same page. We have to be supported. So this stance, we want to provide information, and you cannot criticize us. And I'm listening to discussions of this kind. So my question to you, experts, should we be openly representing the side of the good, and we criticize them, but we cannot criticize independent media outlets because they belong to our group? I will be the first one to answer the question because I have a mic. I believe that we do not have to fight against each other, but this is the warfare, and the fact that we are being fought against, it shifts standards in terms of objective information sharing, from the point of view of the pace of information sharing. When you are waiting an answer, we do not call law enforcement if someone is detained. We are using the sources of information that we have at hand. On the other hand, I believe that journalists can be in opposition both against the regime and in relation to the opposition. But we do not have to fight. We have to be the source of inspiration for people so that they make important decisions, take bold actions if a situation that we describe looks in such a way that you have to intervene and you have to take action.
So I think that this is how I would formulate this for us. Yes, they are at war against us, but we are not at war as the radio station. Alexandra, I am not the editor-in-chief, but we do have a common position. And, I actually agree with Pavel, and it's quite obvious we have to have a possibility of asking critical questions to any party. That is in the interest of our readership. They should see the picture. We should see the picture as well. And we need to draw conclusions. So that is the position that helps us to exercise our journalism. So being more warmer, to be softer to someone. It's not a matter of policy, but once under pressure, once being repressed, we do feel somewhat softer to some of the colleagues. But as far as Zerkal is concerned, we always try to ask critical questions without any discounts, because we act in the interest of our readership. Igor, there is no secret in that Belsat is criticized for being a kind of a propaganda tube for the opposition, like still propaganda, but on the other side of the barricade. Well, there is less of this criticism within the period of over a span of previous 3 years. But I'm an insider, I'm not an outsider. So, but we hear criticism of the kind, because since 2020 I haven't heard any such criticism. But what I would like to say is that we need to speak about different genres. Columnists and journalists are quite different, and for instance we have columnists who have their programs on our TV channels, and non-journalists find it difficult to tell the difference between journalism and authors presenting their opinions. And on YouTube or on website, you may have news or you may have columns. And yes, sometimes it happens that there may be an author who has an opinion, and this is an emotional opinion, and it may be skewed to this or the other side. But as far as journalism is concerned, and as far as news are concerned, then we are following standards, and we should not take sides. We always, together with the colleagues, we always say that we ask the same questions to both parties. So I think that this is the kind of a standard, journalism standard, that we ask the same questions to everyone. So all of those points of criticism, I would disagree with them, because if you look into the way we work and what's happening in our newsroom, what is happening in Telegram, where there is a stream of news or on the website, you cannot really find any propaganda or manipulation on our side. We're not manipulating this or the other way. And Alexander, so you are a very experienced person. How about you? Yes, I seem to be the oldest one here. The most experienced, say. I still remember the first discussion on this point, that the opposition should not be criticized. Because if you criticize opposition, it means you, in fact, support Lukashenko. And that was said in 1997, after the infamous referendum. So I do not see a controversy in that. I think that at the same time we may be on the side of the good and criticize the opposition whenever they do silly things. So we need to be honest. The honest to our readership. Yes, we can make mistakes, but it's not on purpose. We do not impose a viewpoint, a position. We try to the best we can to present the information in an objective way. But each media house has its own point of view. So, for instance, the Times and the Guardian, they do maintain hereby standards of journalism to whatever extent that is possible in the modern world. And it's very difficult to act in compliance with the textbooks that were written 100 years ago. But the pictures they give, being two different media outlets, are quite different. And likewise with us, we have the core and the core media, but there are also people who read us, who follow us. They actually agree with us. It's not that we are a source of a propaganda for them. We are never playing with emotions, although playing with emotions, instrumentalizing emotions is quite popular, but we do not. And yes, there are people who need this specific point of view, and it's fine, it's okay. Okay, the time has run out. Pavel Barkovsky still would like to ask a question, so over to you. Please use the mic. If I may, two questions. And if you find it personal, you may give an answer. So, question number one, given that almost all participants in this room are members of extremist groups, and I'm scared to be in your company here, you being members of extremist groups, but let us assume that the authorities get even a tougher stance than now. Igor, for instance. So how about this level of pressure being so high that anything that appears on your mass media immediately means that criminal cases will be initiated against you in Belarus? Or, for instance, when people who subscribe to your channels will immediately have criminal cases opened against them. So, how would you work? What would you do if you would know that your audience and people who subscribe to your media channels will have criminal cases opened against them? And the second question, let me put it this way. The Belarusian authorities see the mass media as a certain space where they can wage their own war, information war. And this is where they make statements that are difficult to comprehend from the point of view of common sense. For instance, when officials say that as far as migrant crisis is concerned, that the Polish authorities are to be blamed for it because those are the Polish authorities who are attracting the migrants, and so they are to be blamed. But we know that there are people who follow Zerkalo Tutpai, and they do criticize you when you post that information of the officials, and they say, why do you broadcast whatever propaganda says? So when you give information without a commentary, it looks like that you yielded to them, and now you are a platform for spreading their propaganda news. It's not fake news, it's propaganda news. So how to work in a situation when you know that you're dealing with a piece of information that has nothing to do with the reality. It is a propaganda case, and you know it, and still you present this information. Well, let me try. And let me begin. So, speaking about considering us to be members of the extremist groups and initiating criminal cases against our audience. With Belsat in Minsk, they started the war against the satellite dishes. Do you remember that, when they started taking off the satellite dishes? So the Belsat story begins that they were fighting with our viewers to begin with. So nothing new in it for us. And if they consider us to be members of the extremist groups, then actually do it, because well, actually administrative cases were initiated against our readership, and we say that you can read us today, but you cannot repost, you cannot keep video recordings of our materials on the phone, because that is punishable. But readership will find the way. Right now we're in Poland, and back in the communist days in Poland, they had a similar situation. They used to have leaflets, and for having leaflets, people could be put behind the bars for several years here in Poland. But still, leaflets were here, and the leaflets were passed on from person to person. So that was the way to work and to pass on information. And we're not in vacuum, and people need this information, and we see that this information is needed, and people want to receive this information. That's one thing. And the second thing is that under the current conditions, even in China, where all undesirable sites have been blocked, people still find a way of getting hold of information they need. And of course, in Belarus, it's impossible to cut off everyone from everything. So of course, life might be more difficult, but what would be the reaction of the society? That's one question. And also, people actually are still capable of finding a way to get information. And if not the old ones, then new platforms are being established. Like Russians were fighting against the Telegram, and even the Russians cannot do anything against Telegram. And of course, we should not underestimate Belarusian authorities. They have progressed a lot. Over a year and a half, they have stepped up their repressions, and we initially thought, no, they wouldn't do this or that, but they actually do. And then they do more, and then they do more even than that. So as Igor has said, when authorities understood, well, first they destroyed the independent mass media, but then they understood it was not enough because people still following YouTube, and so they are fighting the readership and viewership themselves, which is an absurd because we're talking about millions of people following content on YouTube, for instance. You cannot put millions in prison. But the question is, what can or cannot Belarusian authorities do? You might say that imprisoning millions is not possible. Well, but it's a case of a protest, and you see, despite the repressions are being stepped up and repressions are being enhanced, it doesn't help. So we keep on. So they say if not 11 years, then it will be 12 years of imprisonment. So the fight goes on. Now they're fighting the readership. They're not fighting media houses only, and that means that the readers, for some reason, do not want to stop reading, to stop following, to stop watching. And that is important. Please use the mic. Please use the mic. I can agree with what has been said. There is a lot of demand for information in society, and therefore I think that in any case, the mass media and the readers, those are two sides of one coin, and we warn our readers what might happen to them. So we tell them about possible liability, and we're thinking of devising different ways that will help them to follow. So, for instance, we are trying to write in such a way that the protagonists of our materials would not be held legally liable for this or that. So, yes, if we're considered to be extremist groups, then we ask a question in a safe way to the main heroes of our reports, and then post information on Zerkalo. So whenever authorities come up with a way to exert pressure against us, we find a way to deal with it. But both the heroes of our articles and readers, they also have to take decisions. And I remember when we were declared to be extremists, that Tutba and Zerkalo were recognized to be extremist groups, but the readers decided that nonetheless they would read on the website instead of a subscription. But as Pavel has said, these people may be subjected to tougher repression. We should not underestimate the authorities, and sometimes we subscribe to things on our smartphones, and it may be actually quite a difficult thing for readers.
Alexander, your reply to the first part of the question: our site was blocked on the 9th of August in 2020, so early on, and it has not been unblocked ever since. And I can also say that due to the statistical data, we can see that our core audience, readers, their number has not decreased. Using certain technical possibilities, solutions, that they can read our stuff. It means that it is worthwhile to do that, and we are interested in order to offer material information to our target audience. We have plans A, B, and C, but we are not going to voice these plans here for clear reasons. We cannot protect all our readers in Belarus. We cannot promise we are going to protect them. It would be only naive to say so. This is as regards the first question. Now, the second question. We respect our target audience. We believe that they are smart people and that our readers are capable of telling the difference between propaganda content and objective content. So without our commentary, they will be able to distinguish propaganda content. We are a media outlet. I have never said that we would never write anything about what Lukashenko says, because there is some demand for such information. And if we do not publish this information, they will be looking for it in other media outlets for various reasons, which does not mean that people are stupid, that when reading something using Zerkala, listening to something on Euroradio or watching it on Belsat, that they are not critical as regards the content that is presented to them. These are intelligent people, and they can say, I do not agree with this or that. Pavel, we represent the media outlet, and I was asked to speak slowly, but we are very fast. Anyway, so we are one of the media outlets who write less and less about Lukashenko's words or Hajdukevich words. Sometimes we ignore the words of such people because it is not reasonable to write about them. Of course, when you mention Lukashenko, the traffic increases. But are we really interested in that? Do we need more traffic? We have been expelled from the country. The authorities have taken measures for us to leave the country. They didn't want us to listen to their press conferences. They didn't want us to write or call press secretaries or public officials. We are not that stubborn. We will do away without them. I would like to share a comment. I think it is important. Pavel inspired me. Newsmakers. Lukashenko is one of these people who can be called a newsmaker. And there are a number of different channels and outlets that often need to attract people's attention using provocation. And we tried to avoid such methods, although they can generate a lot of followers, a lot of traffic. We don't have interviews with famous propagandists. We're not promoting their words by reprinting or reproducing their thesis, their words. But there is a borderline between the ideological warriors and newsmakers. And we can see the divide, and we operate in a given way. Let me also add that whenever we discuss information that is provided by the border committee, for example, on the other hand, we don't have any objective information, but we would like to share some information, so we would always mention, based on the information obtained from official border guard committee. We offer such and such information, such and such data. As Alexander has rightly pointed out, people are not stupid. They will understand it. They are smart. A lot has been said. Zerkala, when we have a reason to disseminate information that is in demand, we follow events, and whenever there is official information published, we may present information about that. For example, when we speak about the migration crisis, we also share information about the Lithuanian and Polish commentaries, so readers can draw their own conclusions. And when we quote Alexander Grigorievich Lukashenko, we can quote him, and we comment on the events, what is going on under his leadership. It's not only about drawing target audience. We are just independent and objective in disseminating information which is of interest to citizens of Belarus. And citizens have different opinions, and they represent different standpoints. And we have been doing that for 20 years. Frankly speaking, let me agree with Alexander that our reader is capable of critical thinking, and our reader knows who they can trust and who they cannot be trusted. We were not born yesterday. We know the situation. This is what we can say about some absurd wordings by Lukashenko, and we can often refer that that was the original information provided by this or that. Now scandals, propaganda, representatives, for example, maybe it's not an original thought. If we do not have our own individuals that produce scandals, we can watch YouTube channel and take a look at the trends on YouTube, and Belarusians live using the Russian agenda. If we don't have battles between Azaronek and other propagandists, then Belarusians are going to watch Russian word battles. It's not the Belsat's position, it is my own stance. So I believe that we have to be reasonable. We have to offer some scandalous wording as well, so that Belarusians watch our news and not only what is going on abroad. Right. Thank you for the answers. Thank you very much for your work and for your comments and for everything you've been doing for us. Let me also add we can agree or disagree that thanks to independent media outlets that write on Ozarionek's words, for example, earlier he was not known to people, and people didn't like to watch him on official TV. He has become a celebrity. If he's not shown on the media, he's going to be a celebrity anyway because he's present in social media. How would they learn about him without TV channels? public TV in Belarus, it is watched by people, but not those who are using social media. We don't want to disseminate lies. So this will be my general conclusion. I don't want to multiplicate lies. For a year, we don't publish statistics on coronavirus disseminated by the Belarusian authorities because we believe that these statistical data have nothing to do with reality. These data do not represent the real situation as regards coronavirus. So we asked ourselves a question. Do we have to publish data which are fake news simply? And we stopped publishing data on official data on coronavirus because it is not helpful to anyone. And there was no damage done to us. So sometimes you have to cut off this trash, this useless information, fake news, lies. And you have to protect yourselves against it. Okay, so there are different fake news. For example, when we have information about death toll related to coronavirus, this is one thing, and Lukashenko's words is a different thing. There was another question. I am a political scientist from France. Your major mission work is to inform the Belarusian society. Who is informing the world about what is going on in Belarus? Is it your scope of responsibility as well? How do you cooperate with colleagues from abroad? As regards Central Europe and the world, we want to know about Belarus. Let me try to answer this question. How shall I put it? We have a separate strategy on Belsat. It is about informing the world about the developments in Belarus. We have several language versions, including Polish, Belarusian, English. So we broadcast information and we collect feedback. So we also check what people write about Belarus based on information broadcast by Belsat. And we analyze the feedback, and we can conclude whether the news that we broadcast was valuable for other people in the world. Every week we collect statistical data about what media outlets publish what based on Belsat's information. We believe that our mission is to work not only within Belarus, it's always also working abroad. It is part of our strategy. In our case, our target audience are Belarusians. We don't have this strategy that we have to inform the world about what is going on in Belarus, but Tutbay used to be the one of the largest media outlet, and Zerkalo is also an important media outlet. We used to have Belarus feed portal that translated major news into English. Now we had to discontinue cooperation with Belarus feed because we have some cuts and we do not have enough staff now, and we focus on working with the Belarusian target audience. As regards citation, we want to present objective, independent information about what is going on in Belarus, and we participate in different interviews and events.
Well, I know that Euroradio, which is a surprise for me, that Euroradio has a number of projects that they take part in, and I know that they are there to deliver information to colleagues, first and foremost, but also they deliver information to readers and viewers in other countries. Pavel? Yes, you're right. We have a specific audience. If it's not global audience, that's journalists all over the world, and from time to time, those journalists are interested in what is happening in Belarus. And we have an English language version of our website, which is not that bad. And we do publish main things there, but we cannot translate all of our news that we have into the English language. And also Euroradio takes part is a member of a network which is called Russian Language News Exchange. That is a network of journalists from Eastern Partnership countries, and they exchange information, and each and every one of them specialize in his or her own country. So we have partners from Azerbaijan, from Georgia, Ukraine, Russia, and when something happens in one of those countries, we receive information from them. And when something happens in Belarus, they receive information from us. And the third important point is that if something is happening in Belarus, it's important to be an open point of contact for journalists from all over the world. For instance, when we had that situation with the interception of the airplane that was forced to land in Minsk, and Roman Protasevich was subsequently arrested. The mass media quickly found out that Protasevich, prior to moving to Poland, was working in Euroradio. And I was giving 2 to 3 interviews a day. And I spoke to different journalists, and I have learned speaking English, describing in English what happened to Roman Protasevich. I had to spend many hours learning that in English, but I think that was worth the while to be there at the time when it was needed to be a source of information to our fellow journalists, to colleagues, and that was important. So whenever our colleagues need to know something, they can call. And that is also one of the functions of Euroradio. And do they frequently call you with requests for information? When something is happening, yes, that's quite frequently. And now they call as well, keep calling. And what, to the best of my understanding, it is important for foreign journalists to have someone who is in the country or in the place where the events are taking place. And so when I'm saying that I'm in Warsaw, some of my interlocutors no longer are interested in talking to me. They would like to speak to someone who is in Belarus. And when the plane was intercepted, I was there. I was in Belarus, and I saw that people were interested in talking to me, being there. So this is one of those nuances of being a journalist in exile. And let me add that journalists, people of good contact, we keep meeting each other at journalist conferences. We keep making, establishing contacts. We interchanging contacts and so on and so forth. But that is done so that if something happens in another country, we can always call a colleague and ask the colleague to make a reference, to give a contact to a specialist, to an expert who could give some information and comment on that event. So this is the network that is quite broad, and we always work together. We share contacts. We talk to colleagues who need information in order to talk about Belarus, and we ourselves approach colleagues in other countries if something happens in that other country. So, for instance, yesterday evening I was addressed by a colleague from the Voice of America, and she wanted to have some context to political scientists who would comment on the situation on the border. Ukrainian colleagues call me. I also tell them when I need something about Ukraine, I call my Ukrainian colleagues and I ask them to make a reference, to refer me to an expert. So this is one of the forms of cooperation, and that helps us to share information and to deliver information. Alexander? We are a rather small media house, so it would be quite audacious to say that we would be informing the French readers about the situation in Belarus. But, of course, this website is available not only to Belarusian citizens. It's actually easier to gain access to this website from Paris than from a Belarusian town. Yes, anyone is welcome. So, how about the audience? Do we have any questions in the audience? I told you that we had no time, but I was wrong. We do have time. So, are there any questions? Would you like to speak and to deliver a message to the VIP speakers? No. Okay, then I have a question. Well, I cannot refuse you a chance to speak. Of course, I do not have a question, but one of the previous speakers said that Belarusian diaspora is sometimes falls victim to KGB activities. And you say that you feel safer here than there. But still, have you had any personal experiences of being assaulted in any form by KGB? When we were there in Belarus? No, here in Poland. Here? Once. Okay, so let's reformulate the question. When abroad, were you assaulted? Well, Zmitzer has lived longer abroad. No, I'm just myself here. So I'm the longest because I've been here for 19 years with a small break. So, well, there have been quite a number of waves of migration as far as diaspora is concerned. I left in 2006. I had criminal cases. I had to leave the country. And after 2010, another team left for Poland, and Belaruski Dom was established by them, basically. Then in 2020, there was another big wave. And so if you look at the earlier periods, I did hear about some cases that theoretically could be linked to such activities, but you can never tell. So, for instance, someone is approached in the evening and is hit against the head. So what was that about? Is it because of the local criminals, or was it done on purpose? There is always this question, are they linked to someone? But we did hear about the recent events, and the Belarusian diaspora is being followed here, which is a fact. We have pictures, we have video footage that shows that, and the police was also looking into this. So there are people who are at least observing. Pavel Latushka was saying that he was physically threatened, and I remember in one of the interviews he was saying that he was approached by someone who threatened. For instance, he said, well, how about someone approaching you from the back and stabbing you with a knife? And then he disappeared. So such things happen, but I wouldn't say that we have any serious evidence of someone being physically assaulted here. I can only say that we prevent things from happening. In our editorial, we have 30 people working in our office, so we took a decision that we only 2 persons will be public, and others shall never be mentioned by name. And that means that we had to resign from our own authorship under our text, because being an author, it's important to be able to sign your own text. But we decided that from the point of view security, it's the editor-in-chief and me who are public. Both the editor-in-chief and me, we've never seen any public threats. There are sometimes commentaries in the online, but I mean, this is something you just live by. And in Belarus, of course, they perhaps they are assaulting people, but not here, not abroad. Well, I think that the majority of Belarusian journalists who had left when staying abroad, so far they have not been subjected to any threats. I mean, it's all fresh, but so far no one has been subjected to violence and threats. But it's unavoidable in the case of journalists. But we all understand that we received a certain degree of security here, but we swapped that for moral and material comfort that we had there in the motherland. So we're facing a different set of problems now. Some people were leaving for 2 months, but they have been here for a year already. Or, for instance, some people get a visa, and that visa gives a period of stay of 90 days, but then the 90 days expire, and then what? So where to go, where to live, where to have the money to rent a flat. So yes, we're safe here, but we still have to face a number of problems. And another important question is the moral issues. For instance, if parents fall ill and fall to COVID, and you understand that there's nothing you can do, you cannot travel and see the parents. There is no way of sending a parcel abroad. You cannot even call your parents, because if you call the parents, then it's difficult for them to speak, and you understand that it's hard for them to speak. So we have these moral dilemmas, and in droves, and especially those people are thinking about these matters, those who have left. So it's not about security when we stay here. It's more about such adaptation-related issues, how to adapt to a new society. Yes, Alexander. So, of course, we may speak of security matters, and Alexander Morozov, who lives in Prague, he made that forecast that probably the Belarusian regime would try to reach out the most active activists and opponents of it abroad. So when they were saying that Tikhanovska would be brought in a boat of a car to Minsk, and they were saying that they would reach out to activists and journalists abroad in order to silence them. So this is what is being heard. You know, at the RIA Novosti recently, they had that really interesting material under this title, Why Parisian Women Should Envy Moscow Women. And there they say that the capital of Russia is so much safer than the capital of France, which is not actually corroborated with the statistics, but still it shows the point. There is nothing like absolute security anywhere. It just doesn't exist. What is obvious is that in Belarus there is less security for us than, say, in Poland or in Lithuania or in Ukraine. Although in Ukraine we have more than 100 Belarusian journalists, and from time to time they face some strange, or rather it's quite obvious for them who is filming them, who is monitoring them, and at any given point of time this may transform into a more active action against them. And also undoubtedly Belarusian officials and officers may have their ideas of what to do abroad. But yes, Belarusian journalists are always at risk, even if abroad. And I agree with Pavel. And he says that there are more pertinent issues to face today. For instance, in Ukraine, we have more than 100 of our fellow journalists. Some of them have a job. Some of them do not have employment. But all of them need to have relocation programs planned for a longer period of time, so that they are not forced to go back to a country where they will have to face a criminal article or something of the sort.
So this is it. Taking into account risks, economic risks are comparable to the other types of risks we have been mentioning. Speaking of criminal mass actions against the diaspora, we do not witness them. There are threats, but it's not a systemic approach yet. I didn't actually know how to address this issue. Pavel and Alexander drew attention to that. For example, when journalists had to flee, had to leave the country, especially when the reprisal was unexpected. And one thing is to leave the country and know that you are going to be employed. And it's a totally different story when you are escaping criminal prosecution and you don't know whether you will have a job or not. Will you be able to work at all in the country of destination? And you don't know what the situation is going to look like in terms of documents. Someone applied for a humanitarian visa. Someone came here with a simple visa and doesn't know what to do next. Alexander, do you have a lot of colleagues who have similar problems? And can you help them solve these issues? We've been here for half a year, so the majority of issues have been solved. When we speak about Zerkala, many of us are still in Belarus, but all of them have been offered an opportunity to come to Poland. But I respect decisions of people to stay in Belarus. I personally didn't have a choice. I was on a vacation, so let's say I am still on a vacation. So sometimes it happens all over a sudden. You try to develop different options and you do a checklist. Financial issues, for example. In many cases, every one of us had to solve this problem because our accounts on Tudbay were frozen. The dismantling of Tudbay happened just before the payment. If it happened after the 26th, we would have access to savings, to remuneration, some individual funds, but our accounts were seized and we didn't have any funding after the dismantling of Tudbay. So we decided to open up a new media outlet, Zerkala, and we tried to solve problems individually in any individual case, because we're all living in different countries. In Ukraine, you have one situation. Lithuania or Poland, you have a different situation. When we speak about residence permit, the same goes for legalization of stay and work. We have the editorial board and the back office, including myself, are trying to solve these issues. So we've been looking for different solutions. It's not only about the media, obviously. other Belarusians who leave their country face similar challenges. There are some countries which are an easier place to reside in, and they are very helpful. But I must say that if this is a mass outflow of people, it becomes a routine. And the editorial boards tries to help each other, and some people take on some of the responsibilities. And for example, we would inform that you have to arrive somewhere and do this or that so that we can continue work. I hope we have been quite successful. It happened in a peaceful manner. But of course, there are different challenges. Within 1.5 months, we solved the majority of issues. Now we work and we think about our home country, and we miss home. A lot of people came to the headquarters of Belsat. They left for Warsaw and other cities in Poland, who work in other cities and towns, or went to Ukraine, Lithuania, Georgia. In Poland, it is much easier for us to operate, and in Ukraine as well. We used to have the representative office in Ukraine for some time. In Poland, we've always been present here, and our colleagues, even before the events in 2020, they had been living for Poland. They were helped to legalize their stay here. So there has always been an inflow of Belarusians to Poland. But the numbers of Belarusians who left Belarus has increased dramatically. So these are huge numbers now. So sometimes we have to use non-standard solutions. Psychology and the mindset of people. Some of them cannot believe that they would like to apply for political asylum. They don't want to recognize that they have left Belarus for a long period of time. So I'm always involved in therapeutical conversations. In 2006, I left Belarus, and only in 2014 I could visit Belarus. So for 7 years, I couldn't go back and visit my home country. So you have to realize that it's a long stay in Poland. It may take a long time before you visit your homeland. So psychologically, it's extremely difficult. So those of you who have left the country have to make sure they are capable of living here for a long, long period of time without the possibility of visiting the home country. With Belsat, it's much easier because we had the headquarters in Warsaw, and maybe the same goes for Euroradio. Right, so we have only 5 minutes left before the break. So let me ask a question. I've heard there used to be forecasts or suspicions or predictions, let's say, that a journalist has to work on the ground in order to collect information within the country, and you left Belarus, and you are not in touch with the reality, with your home country. You are going to live in your information bubble. So contact with reality, with Belarus, the real reflection of what is going on in Belarus. Alexander, are you threatened by losing touch with the home country? If you are in prison, you will definitely lose touch with reality. and it will be extremely difficult to broadcast or write from prison. Right, so it's not as it was 10, 20, 30 years ago, when you lose touch with reality, when you are not in the home country. You have a lot of technical solutions nowadays that solve this issue. And practice shows that sometimes there are people who have been abroad for a long time. I'm not talking about myself or ourselves, that some people have a better insight into what happens in Belarus compared to those who are living there. Pavel, in order to lose touch with reality, you have to spend 19 years abroad, maybe. But you can see by looking at Igor that he hasn't lost touch with reality, that everything is fine with him. He has a great insight into what is happening in Belarus, and he's the head of the newsroom in Belsat. And the capital of a journalist are people. If you have people on the ground, you have access to information. And thanks to these sources, he or she will have access to information just as it happened previously. I am not afraid of losing touch with reality. Let me add, you can live in Belarus and you can lose touch with reality. Dear colleagues, we don't have a lot of time. Professor Vardamatsky wants to ask a provocational question, I can see, to troll us. It is a comment. I just have to voice it. I cannot keep silent. But you've answered to some of my questions. Being in Belarus, you can lose touch with reality much faster compared to when you live here. I'm not talking about technical solutions, advanced technical solutions, where you can follow everything, including the smell or taste of what is going on. Journalism is about intra approach and extra approach, so from within and from the outside. And when you combine those two perspectives, you get a full picture. Let me give you an example. A shift of the optics. When my colleagues I studied with, they see Belarus in such a way that it is something, it's a special country where every day in an uninterrupted way, when you go towards a tram station, every American, every European is thinking about this country, that it is the center of universe, of universal events, and the entire world focuses on Belarus, and the design of global policy is based on the assessment of the situation in Belarus. And it is an illusion. Only when you leave Belarus for some time and you are outside of Belarus, you can understand and realize that this is a wrong approach. So you've got an insider information and the look from the outside. You can then see the real weight of the problems and challenges in the Republic of Belarus. And only then you have an objective and realistic approach when you have looked at it from inside and outside. Thank you very much for this comment. Let me mention Professor Vardamatsky unexpectedly joined our conversation. Alexander Starkiewicz, Gazeta Bajkom, Pavel Sverdlov, Euroradio, Alexandra Pushkina, Tudbay, Ihar Kulej, Belsat. Thank you, guys.
So, we are coming to the final panel of today's discussion. The final panel will be about current developments within the growing Belarusian diaspora, and it will be moderated by Christopher Forst, Project Director of Friedrich Ebert Foundation in Kiev, and he will introduce the panelists.
Thank you very much. Is it working? Yeah. Thank you very much. As Peter has already said, my name is Christopher Forst. I'm the Belarus representative of FES and based in Kiev. This panel is, so to say, wrapping up the day because we are referring to everything we have already talked about and widening our view a little bit. We have talked today already about growing migration from Belarus. We've talked about the media, and we've talked about education. All of this will somehow be referred to again when we talk about migration challenges. We'll certainly talk about support for relocated Belarusians with our panel. When we talk about the media, we will certainly talk about support for journalists, and when we talk about education, we will most likely talk about scholarships. We've already heard about the Kalinowski program, for example, today, which I think was very relevant for this panel as well, and I found it very interesting. Here we are the diaspora organizations panel to some extent, and we are widening the gap insofar that we have representatives here, not only from Poland, but also from Ukraine and Germany. After all, this is a German-Belarusian forum. I'm speaking English because I'm also German. I beg for forgiving for that. I hope we will manage, because I think the rest of the panel will speak Russian. So sometimes we might need some longer breaks for translation, but I think we will all manage that. Having said that, I would like to start with the only person on our panel that's not called Ales or Alexander, which is Palina Brodik from Free Belarus Center in Kiev, where I also traveled from. And I'd like to hear from you, Palina, a little bit about your work right now in Kiev, what the upcoming challenges are. As someone who lives in Kiev, obviously we are all aware of those public things that you have been involved in, for example, an exhibition on Maidan Square, but I know that you do a lot more. You do some of the things we've just already mentioned, support for relocated people, support for journalists, but also political advocacy, which I think is particularly challenging also in the Ukrainian context, considering that some of these numbers we've heard today already from Poland about visa that have been issued and many other things are a lot lower in Ukraine, and also due to the political circumstances, I think, at least I think that's your point of view. So I would like to hear more from you about that, and give the floor over to you, Palina.
Thank you, Christopher. Good evening to everyone. I will try not to repeat of what has already been said today. And just like Christopher has said, first and foremost, we are giving aid, extending aid to the refugees. And we call spade a spade. They are refugees. They are not relocated people. They're refugees. And from the point of view of international law, it's important to claim that so that we do not shut our eyes closed, that it's not just living on business. They are refugees. And we appeared here last year in August, just like other organizations. And of course, it was not planned. It was an emergency response to the situation in Belarus. And initially we thought, okay, let us give some help to people with their legal and other problems. But more and more people kept on coming here, and those were people not only with psychological problems, not only with medical problems, not only with PTSD, and people had some healthcare problems, medical problems, traumatic problems, and but those people suffered pain, and not only pain, they brought also a lot of energy. Those are the people who were quite active, and it was for many of them was first ever active participation in political life, and that potential was untapped and still maintained as they were forced to leave for another country. So we started gradually thinking, okay, how shall we utilize that potential? Can we translate that potential into something useful? How to convert that potential into real activity? And yes, we do extend humanitarian aid, and so we provide for legal consultations, we provide for housing help, we give psychological help, and we do it in cooperation with the German Razum Association, but also we run educational activities. And those educational activities consist of two parts. We have formal education and informal education. Formal education is our cooperation with institutions, with universities, and we cooperate with the Kiev Mogilev Academy. We have a scholarship program in cooperation with that Ukrainian university, so we give help to students who had been excluded, but also we have informal education, and that is training of all sorts. So it's security-related training, and we also have a 3-month program, accelerator program, that is earmarked for a very narrow group of people, such as journalists, for instance. So now we're concluding an accelerator program for investigative journalism, and also we will have programs, accelerated programs on project management, on women and leaders, on advocacy, and so on and so forth. So all those people who moved to Ukraine, who stayed in Ukraine, who want to develop, and those people really have this zeal and will to act, and they want to have new knowledge. These people finally have this opportunity to gain that knowledge, and so we are there to foster the development of civil society. Yes, it is abroad. It's not in Belarus, but they may, we hope, and they will, we hope, return back to Belarus with all the knowledge they will have gained abroad. Yes, people have to move out their comfort zone, and it's very difficult for them. And we see that it's not so easy for them to do all the paperwork related to residency permits, and people cannot return to Belarus. But still, there is a window of opportunity for many of us. So let us focus on that, because we have been there in Kiev for 1.5 years now. Well, basically, we know it's not so easy to face the new reality, but we need to adapt and we need to draw benefits from it. So I think for all of us now, that's quite a very opportune time to learn as we stay abroad in neighboring countries. And in Ukraine, they made quite a number of mistakes, but also Ukrainians have a lot of positive experience that Belarusians may learn about. Likewise in Poland, likewise in Georgia, likewise in any post-Soviet country. And so we want people not to lose their will to develop and wish to develop, so that those people gradually move from this condition of functioning under a paternalistic system, so that they move on to a participative modus operandi when they themselves become change makers. And speaking of advocacy, this is a very good example. So we, as an organization, deal with national advocacy in Ukraine. So we promote legalization for Belarusians. We help them with employment and security. Again, today we spoke about the security abroad, and in Ukraine there are risks. We know of those risks. We know that Ukrainian special force services cooperate with the Belarusian special services, and sometimes Ukrainian migration office agency does deliver Belarusians to Belarusian authorities, willingly or not willingly. But Belarusians now understand that it is possible to talk to the state authorities. It is possible to talk to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's possible to talk to the Migration Service of Ukraine. And there is even a possibility of talking to special services of Ukraine. This is unique experience. So that when I faced in Ukraine in 2015, I moved to Ukraine, and 2 months later, I had my first meeting in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was unimaginable at the time. And so all those people who are in Ukraine right now, they're experiencing that new discovery. And then they will come back someday. And for me, it's quite a positive thing because regardless of all those negative things that we have been facing, there are still many positive things. And what is most important for today is the legalization of their stay on the 23rd of November. We hope that the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine will have a committee hearing, that is a human rights committee. They're going to hold a hearing on legalization. They're going to talk about the security of Belarusians, and they're going to talk about the reaction of law enforcement of Ukraine. Georgia has given us a good example. That is, Georgia is not going to expel Belarusians. Ukrainians still have not made such a declaration, but we do hope that the migration law of Ukraine shall be changed by the end of this year, and due to that, more Belarusians can stay in the territory of Ukraine, because for large part of Belarusians, Ukraine may turn out to be as a friendly Belarusians friendly country as Poland is. Many Belarusians left for Poland from Ukraine and then returned back to Ukraine. Anyway, this is it. Thank you very much, and this over to the next speaker. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to say that I was told that we should speak a bit slower. This also goes for me, but also for you, Paulina, because the translators have to understand us. I would like to follow up on one thing, though. Could you give us some numbers on how many Belarusians there actually are in Ukraine, how many visa, how many people have been granted asylum, and maybe also how many cases of such worrying extraditions or attempts to extradite people have taken place?
Well, I cannot quote you the exact numbers because different agencies would present different figures, but we know that 300,000 at least have crossed the border, Belarusian-Ukrainian border, over the year. Most of them left somewhere elsewhere, but we do not know where. But we may assume that many of them left for Lithuania, Poland, and Georgia. In 2021, approximately 2,500 people were granted temporary residency permits. 700 people received a permanent residency permit, and 700 were refused residency permit. And as far as asylum is concerned, approximately 15 to 17 people have received a positive answer on to their application for granting asylum. There is the status, legal status. It's called international protection. Yes, international protection status was granted to 17. As far as expulsion is concerned, for the first half year of 2021, 16 Belarusian citizens were expelled from Ukraine to Belarus following the application of Belarusian authorities, but we prevented a number of cases and we saved some people. Some people were dragged out from a pre-border zone. Some people were dragged out of the airport premises, and there is a person who actually won a court case, which is quite an unprecedented thing to have. This is it. Thank you.
Much to Germany, to one of our 4 people with the same name, Ales Moisenko. Paulina has already mentioned that you also cooperate actually between Ukraine and Germany, so that would something I would like to follow up on when you give us an impression of what you are doing. The Belarusian diaspora in Germany has substantially grown, but it has also substantially become more active with your organization, with Razam actually, which was established on 9th August last year. And I would like to hear from you, as someone who has lived in Germany for a very long time actually, what this has done to the Belarusian diaspora community, what kind of spirit there is now, but also what you're focusing on right now in your work, obviously.
Да, спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. I haven't lived in Germany for some time. I was born in Germany, and I've spent my whole life there. Our association, Razam, was established In August 2020, on the 9th of August, the so-called day of presidential election. And we are a volunteer organization which includes different initiatives, including one of the initiatives that is offering assistance to refugees to Ukraine. We cooperate with Grodno Kut and some other organizations. We collect donations among citizens of Germany to pay for shelters in Kiev. In September, 2,000 euro was earmarked for 45 people for their shelter, for their housing. So this is more or less the monthly amount of funding. Other initiatives include assistance to refugees in Germany, not in the same amount as in Ukraine. Germany issued 50 humanitarian visas. It is very little compared to Poland. In Poland, it's 6,000 humanitarian visas, as far as I'm concerned. And those refugees who arrive, they are in touch with us, and we try to help them with translation. We also pay for legal services. The Kuraja film was shown, and we paid for the tickets. And we had a summer camp for refugees so that they can spend some time and forget about their problems for a while. And frankly speaking, each and every refugee has at least one volunteer who helps them so that they can be called and they can go to a physician for a medical check or to fill in some documents and help in every other way. And apart from those who have humanitarian visas, there are other individuals who arrived to ask for asylum, so there are dozens of them. We help around 100 refugees that we assist. Maybe there are more of them, but this is at least the minimum number. We also assist cooperating with BERICO, the human rights organization. So we offer medical assistance, medical services, so that people who were victims of torture, who suffered as a result of the aftermath of the protests, so that they can get some rehabilitation in Germany. We also help political prisoners. And on a monthly basis, we assist more than 30 political prisoners financially so that they can purchase something. And the fifth initiative, it is paying for the project. Opposite the Belarusian embassy in Berlin, there is a wagon, a train car that we call the alternative embassy, with a white, red and white flag. And we hang posters that inform about what is going on in Belarus, and you can send a postcard. So we rent this train car because we believe that the German society has to be informed about what is going on in Belarus. So this is one of our activities. We want Belarus to be on the agenda. So apart from donations, there are some cultural initiatives as well. Every week, we have Zoom meetings, and we invite cultural representatives of culture, writers, for example, artists, and we have a journal for children in Belarusian. It is also part of our activity. Let me also emphasize that we are officially registered volunteer organization. We can issue documents testifying that donations have been made. So those donations can be deducted from taxes, because if they offered some donation, they can deduct it from taxes, which motivates people to donate. Speaking of challenges, typically in the German context, what can I say? We have similar challenges. There is some issue with the professional burnout of our volunteers. And there are people who want to help, but they don't know how to help. So we try to structure these initiatives and to be more professional, to use human resources in full, because there are not only many Belarusians, but also numerous German citizens who want to help Belarusians. And as I've mentioned, Germany issued 50 humanitarian visas, so this contingent is over. We appealed to the Ministry of the Interior to increase the number of humanitarian visas so that our diaspora can help Belarusians. We have a lot of volunteers who would like to help. Right, so this is it as regards the current situation. The new government, SDP, the Green Party, will form a coalition, and they have a positive attitude to Belarusians. We have good relations with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of the Interior. So if someone applies for a humanitarian visa, the German embassy suggests they can contact us, so we could help a lot of people. And we hope for further cooperation under the new government, and we are highly optimistic about the future.
Yes, the continuation of the action plan, Civil Society Belarus, is certainly a big talking point right now, and then also potentially increasing the number of humanitarian visa. I'm sure that is something that's high on the agenda of Razam and of everyone who cares about Belarusians in Germany these days. I would like to also ask a personal question as the youngest representative here on the panel. You said you were born in Germany, actually, but your parents came from Belarus in the late 90s, right? Do you think that young people, and looking at Razam, from my impression, there is many young people actually in the Belarusian diaspora in Germany these days. Is there a new sort of spirit? Is this different somehow? Is your generation looking at events in Belarus different in your view? Has this changed something? That there is this sort of new generation. Another person from Razam said in an interview that Belarusians had learned to be helpless and had now overcome that feeling somehow. Would you like to share some opinion on that?
Да, also мои родители, они...
My parents wanted to create an association of Belarusians in Germany, but they didn't manage to establish anything officially before 2020. There was no Belarusian organization registered officially prior to 2020 because people didn't see any reason to do that. They were pessimistic. Those refugees who arrived in Germany in the early 21st century They didn't deal with political issues, and only in the aftermath of 2020, when they saw such a huge inflow of Belarusians, and when they could see that there were huge protests and people took to the streets in Belarus. In June, late June, I remember there was the first action in Munich. And people thought that only 100 people would arrive despite the pandemic, but there was at least 150, and the police protected the initiative and appealed not to violate the rules. And this was a wonderful feeling that there were so many Belarusians in Germany who didn't lose their hope, who were ready to do something, to voice their opinion and to help in this country. And it gave a lot of hope and motivation to my parents. They're also part of Razom organization. In 2020, the first representative of Belarusian diaspora was registered officially.
It's a good transition to the Belarusian Youth Hub and back to Warsaw. Ales Lapko, you have been active in a number of initiatives in Buy Help, Buy COVID-19, Intellectual Club. You are leading the Belarusian Youth Hub, which is affiliated with the Center of Belarusian Solidarity here. We've already heard a bit about the situation of Belarusians in Poland today, so I'm not going to ask you too much in detail about that. I would like to hear a little bit what you actually do at the Belarusian Youth Hub, but maybe you can also add what your general impression is of the Belarusian diaspora and how it has developed, and what's also going on a more international level within the Belarusian diaspora.
Слышно? Раз.
Can you hear me? Christopher, thank you very much for your question and the suggestion that I can focus on Belarusian diaspora, whether it is active now and whether it was active earlier. There is no common understanding as regards the Belarusian diaspora in Poland. We speak about Belarusians in Poland, Belarusian groups in Poland, Belarusian minority in Poland, those who were born in Poland and were raised in Poland. And do we have the Belarusian diaspora in Poland? Is it just developing, or is it full-fledged? Broadly speaking, diaspora is not only about individuals. It is the group of people who understand that they make an input into the development of the Belarusian community. It has been mentioned today, and let me reiterate, there are different waves of growing interest to Belarusians, which is related to repressions in Belarus, and active people were leaving Belarus and they wanted to do something for Belarus in Poland, and people present here in the audience are part of it. I left for Poland to study, actually, and now I cannot go back. So I was not expelled from Belarus. I cannot go back because I have become active in Poland. Speaking about the birth of the diaspora, this year we may say that there is a huge wave of solidarity with Belarusians and support for Belarusians by COVID-19 showed that diaspora can do a lot, because in different countries members of diasporas did not fully trust their activities, but they could see the results of their activities, and they can say that civic initiatives can do much more than the Ministry of Health and other ministries. And we understood that civil society, including Belarusian civil society, has to be assisted and supported from abroad. Belarusians have to learn how to be active, how to develop democracy, And Belarusians, as Professor Vardamatsky said, left Belarus, they could have a more objective view of Belarusian reality.
So the Belarusians have become more active both in Belarus and abroad. And for instance, how it was manifested in the campaign of supporting medical doctors during the COVID campaign, or by help, that was another campaign to help those who were battered during the protests, and $3 million, and then $4 million were collected, and most of the money was collected from the Belarusians abroad in order to support those who were suffering from repression. So that was this general wave of solidarity when the Belarusians started leaving the country. So that was help given on sites, but also in Poland. In Poland now we have dozens of more organizations. Some are quite old organizations, as the Belarusian House, where we are today, but there are some other organizations. In Białystok, for instance, there is another organization where there is a national Belarusian minority, and there has always been Belarusian minority. But there are many new organizations. We have a Belarusian Youth Hub. It is an organization that was established much before 2020, and perhaps with some organizations, not everything was earmarked for the Belarusians. It was also giving help to Ukrainians and Russians who were joining our intellectual club. But in 2020, a lot changed. And as Alexander said, when in München, 150 people went on protest, and they thought it would be much less. But in Warsaw, there was a campaign for 150 people. They thought 150 people would go with the protest, but it was 3,000 people. And I saw that was a sea of people in front of the Belarusian embassy in Warsaw, and I understood that this is the day when the Belarusians understood that we can change things, that we could do things, and the wave is still out there. It's not diminishing. There are more and more Belarusians. Some people are burned out. Some people are tired. Volunteers keep leaving and coming, but we keep on working to make sure that we actually are capable of giving a helping hand to the Belarusians here in Poland. So we unite together. We build up horizontal links with other already existing organizations. So it's nice to see when it's turning into something bigger, like an association of Belarusian organizations, which will become quite an important association, and it will have a voice on par with other diasporas in the international arena. So unlike many other countries, Poland is the country where the Belarusian diaspora is dispersed all over the territory of the country, because the Belarusians who arrive to Poland from Belarus, they think that there is no life beyond Warsaw, and many people want to go to Warsaw only. But we keep explaining that there are other towns, smaller towns, but in smaller towns they may receive more attention. They also have Belarusian organizations, there are volunteers, there are Poles who are ready to help and support. And in fact, not many Belarusians go to smaller towns, but still we are referring them to smaller towns. We have many partners, and we are in touch with all of our partners. And if in the past the Belarusians frequently were being dissolved in Polish society because our histories, our cultures, our languages are quite similar, and it was not so prestigious to stay Belarusian, so Ukrainians remained Ukrainians, especially after 2014, 2015. So the Ukrainians were quite manifest with being Ukrainians, but Belarusians in 2010, they have this new point of time. So Belarusian sounds proud. So we need to stay Belarusians. We need to prove that we are Belarusians worthy being Belarusians. So I think that in the future, the Belarusian diaspora that was born in Poland will become truly Belarusian diaspora, and the next generations of young Belarusians will not become the Poles, but will remain Belarusians. And so the question is, how many Belarusians have moved to Poland? 6,000 humanitarian visas have been granted. No, sorry, 8,000 humanitarian visas. 6,000 visas were issued within the framework of the Poland Business Hub program, that is for IT specialists, and the Polish-Belarusian border was crossed by 1,300,000 people. Now, of course, some people could cross the border several times, so we do not know the exact number of Belarusians here in Poland. So the national census was taken in Poland, so soon we will find out how many Belarusians are actually in Poland. But many Belarusians have applied for international protection. That is 1,600 people. Half of them have already been granted that status. So 800 odd people have been granted the international protection status, and the refusal rate is very low. Poland is very loyal to the Belarusians, and Poland helps the Belarusians a lot, within, of course, up to their own capacity, but capabilities. But we may say that Ukraine, Lithuania, and Poland are the advocates of Belarus, and of course we would like to see more such examples, but it depends on Belarusians themselves and Belarusian activists, initiatives, and organizations that keep on reminding about themselves and that they need help. Thank you.
You have actually outlined as the ideal outcome that there will be Belarusians in Poland that feel like they are Belarusians also in the future. It would be necessary to avoid alienation from what's going on in the country, obviously. We've already talked about this on other panels today, especially on the media panel before, that it's difficult to avoid this alienation from what's going on if you're not there. How are you planning to avoid that? And I think that's a very important question for Belarusian diaspora and for everyone here, but what would be your advice?
Honestly, right now, I do not know. I don't know how to answer your question. There is a lot of criticism to opinion leaders, also in Poland, and those Belarusians who have left recently, they criticize the most. I've been here for 6 years now, but many Belarusians who come, they're freshmen, so to speak, and they would be ready to return back to Belarus even tomorrow. So they have a very different type of sentiment, and perhaps staying in Poland for some time will help us to understand better what needs to be done so as not to be alienated.
Kiewicz, I think we all know you, and we are honored to have you on the panel. You are here officially as chairman of Free Belarusian University. We've actually already heard about this project before as well, when there was also talk about the Kalinowski program, and I think we are all curious to hear more in what stage it is and what is actually behind the Free Belarusian University. So that is one question I would like to ask you. And the other one, obviously, as someone who has been actively following Belarusian politics for many, many years and who has been a presidential candidate, what has changed? How has the diaspora changed? How are you observing what we are seeing since 2020 as compared to what we saw before?
Thank you for the invitation to take part in this discussion. I believe that such discussions are very important because due to such discussions, the diaspora and the new wave understand better their own tasks, goals, and possibilities, and they better understand their responsibility. Just 2 words about the Belarusian Free University. Just to say that this project is developing very intensively. The objective of this project is to train a large group of people who would know about the processes of transformation in the new EU member states and in the former Soviet republics, so that those people would understand what systemic reforms are all about. And so the primary task is to develop courses on public policies, on public management, economic reforms, financial reforms, and on local government, and so on and so forth. Our partners are most famous universities in Poland. Also, we cooperate with the Natolin European College. This is one of the oldest training centers of European studies, and we are proud that our very important partner in this topic, in this online internet education, is also the Tallinn University, and we know that Estonians are ahead of the entire planet as far as new educational methods are concerned. So this year we are already running 2 courses. One course is Global Mini MBA. This is for entrepreneurs in Belarus, and until Christmas time, this is a course that's going to be run for entrepreneurs. They're very good entrepreneurs, and this is a good quality course. And the second course is the course on local government. And honestly, if it were up to me, I would start the reform of Belarus with local government, because I think local government forms the basis for democracy. So these 2 courses are going on. We're going to expand the number of courses, and next year, among our partners, we're going to have the Florida University, we think. So it's possible due to online training, and it is doable now. The second objective of the university is to develop Belarusian inclusive national online training platform, educational platform. This platform will include the best courses, and primarily we shall use the Belarusian language of instruction, although there will be courses also available in Russian, English, Polish, and it's going to be not only like Global Mini MBA, but would like to have some informal education available as well online. And this is a good perspective, and we have fairly stable sources of financing. And we see that there is a high level of interest in our training activities. But let me deviate from the main topic during this discussion. But I do believe that what I'm going to say is important as well. When we speak about the current situation in Belarus, when we think about when democracy will win in Belarus, we keep thinking about different actors, but we forget about one of the actors. So we keep talking about Lukashenko, we keep talking about the West, we keep talking about the opposition that has been forced to emigrate. So civil society and journalists have left it. And we speak about the Kremlin, how the Kremlin affects it all. But I think that more often than not, even advanced Democrats think that once Lukashenko is gone as the principal source of evil, immediately we'll end up with well-being, Europe, and freedom. Yes, Lukashenko is the main obstacle to freedom. However, I should say that the largest trials are awaiting for the Belarusians, and this is the task for the new way for Belarusians. When Lukashenko is gone, once he is gone, this is when a very serious, desperate fight shall be unleashed by the Kremlin to get Belarus. They're already fighting, but this is going to happen to a major extent. This would be done against the background of serious economic crisis and impoverishment of the population. We think that this is the time when the true parliament will be elected and when the Belarusian language returns to its due position. But I would like to say that for Moscow, fight for Belarus once Lukashenko is gone. And it actually may happen upon Moscow's initiative. For Moscow, it will be the last battle to promote their idea of the Ruski Mir. That is the principal idea of Putin, to have this Ruski Mir. And Ukraine is never going to return back to this empire. because Ukrainian identity is very strong as in the result of the war, and Ukraine is going to be independent and self-sufficient. But for Moscow, if Belarus becomes even a neutral country, it's going to be a personal tragedy for Moscow and Putin. So the question is, do the Belarusians feel to be Belarusians? Do they feel themselves to be a nation?
Do they understand their geopolitical position? And we might be lacking Belarusian identity, self-awareness, cultural self-awareness, historical self-awareness. And it is important for the diaspora as well, because it's decided not here and now. These are hundreds, thousands of people who live in Belarus, who are left in Belarus. And here we speak about diasporas, about emigration. But people can go into internal emigration. They will not be in favor of Lukashenko, but they might lose hope. And leaders, Belarusian leaders, have to create positive atmosphere for those who took to the streets and are now disappointed. They're not in depression. In summer, I traveled around Belarus, and I must say that even local leaders are a little bit disappointed. Are we ready to carry out reforms? Poles can do that, Lithuanians can do reforms, but Belarusians, are we capable of that? We have to know that we are not worse than other nations. We are capable of reforms. Perestroika showed that it takes several years. So identity, national self-awareness, and only then Belarusians can make a choice between Moscow. When Lukashenko is gone, Moscow is going to offer a difficult choice. It will be like a volcano. Moscow is going to say, we offer you 2 pipelines, join the pipelines, and you are going to be offering a good well-being. Only the spirit, internal spirit of the nation can help us as it is helping Ukraine, or it used to help the Baltic states who took those difficult choices. So please remember that we can do it using education, by educational initiatives. We can strengthen the national spirit. Without it, there will be no hope for the future.
Thank you very much. I will ask the same question again. I would still like to hear something about how it has changed, what has changed since last August, because I think no one can really answer this question better than you here, as someone who has really followed the events for many years. If you could briefly share your impressions, are we in the same loop as we have been after previous elections, and is also the diaspora actually in the same kind of stage maybe as it was in 2011 when the Belarusian House was opened here, or are we at a totally different point of time, and do we also have to focus on totally different things?
Speaking of diaspora, it is much more pro-Belarusian now. It is not the economically minded diaspora. I don't like the word diaspora. When we define the diaspora, this is the organization, self-organization of people representing the same nationality, which is not going to go back. Now we are speaking about the diaspora of the new wave of people who want to return to Belarus at some point and want to introduce reforms. But this is the discussion about terminology. Nobody could predict that there would be an outburst of such civic activity, the feeling of dignity, the intention to define Belarusian future. Belarusians proved that they are a nation, not only citizens of the country. It's a huge leap forward. I like this example. My colleagues who live in France and are important politicians in Paris, and they are asking me, Alexander, do we have more Europe in Belarus or in France? Because in France, whenever we have protests, people smash windows, there are explosions, and in your case, these are so cultured protests. So where do we have true Europe? It is a joke, but it is our very positive image, even seen from the outside. But even from the inside, we have the feeling of dignity. Belarusians started to respect themselves. And when you ask diasporas around the globe, people are saying we actually have regained our dignity. We respect ourselves. We are becoming a political nation, but in this sense of Belarusian nation, it is a huge challenge, a huge problem for building the future of a Belarusian country and people. During Perestroika in Grodno, we had one of the first informal organizations called Pochodnia, which was dealing with historical heritage and cultural legacy. This was the organization in Grodno. And I was surprised that Belarusians became Belarusians within several years in my native town, thanks to the activity of 300 activists who were represented in this organization. We published books and booklets. We spread the word. We didn't change the world, but we did a lot. I believe we have positive prospects. Putin doesn't want to replace Lukashenko because Putin can see that there is a civic society under the white, red, and white banner, which is a huge obstacle for the Kremlin. So we have to remember about fighting the problems and challenges, and we have to remember what has to be changed.
Ales Zarembiuk, to close the round of people with the same name. I would like to hear from you actually what has changed in your practical work. Last year, obviously, and we have already heard that from you also during the first panel, a lot more has happened than in previous years. A lot more people have come to Poland again, and I'm sure the work of the Belarusian House has expanded. What does this mean in practical terms? Are you focusing on, do you have to focus more on direct ad hoc help now? What is it, how you feel this actually in the work of the Belarusian House that 2020 has happened?
Thank you, Christopher. Что касается Белорусского дома,
as regards the Belarusian House Foundation, compared to what happened 10 years ago, 10 years ago we established our foundation as representatives of a political emigration, as people who were forced to leave Belarus in 2010 after local elections or after the presidential election. We were forced to leave Belarus and we arrived in Poland, and we wanted to continue our civic activity in Poland, and we wanted to share our experience and learn from the experience of Polish transformation, Polish changes in the Polish society. And in the past, there were no assistance programs, no aid. After 2010, 2,000 people were arrested in the aftermath of the presidential election back in 2010. It was a disastrous situation. We were shocked, and there was a huge wave of repression. But what we saw in August of 2020 and later on, representatives of different organizations of different countries, there are dozens of initiatives in Poland, in Łódź, Białystok, Warsaw, dozens of initiatives and organizations. And we have a lot of work during the entire 15 months. We are working day in, day out, because unfortunately the situation is dire, and this wave, unprecedented wave of repressions, of reprisals is underway. 212 people in October contacted us. In spring there were 60, 70 people per month. Now there are more and more people that are seeking help. Because of the situation at the Polish-Belarusian border, the focus is on Belarus still, but there is a shift towards a different problem. And during our discussions, we have tackled urgent issues. A person has to escape quickly from the difficult situation, has to find mentors that will help with housing from the very beginning, because it is very difficult to find housing, whether it's in Germany or in Poland. Many diasporas around the world are collecting, raising funds and help people in Poland or Lithuania to offer assistance from the very beginning, to help with housing, to help with kindergartens. It's a huge problem in Poland. It is very difficult to get access to kindergartens in Poland, not only for Belarusians. With schools it is easier, but it is very necessary to help people to start everything from scratch. And we have to offer this ad hoc help, individual targeted assistance. For example, this week there was a situation of a woman who was arrested, was beaten up. She lives near Germany in Lower Silesia, and she had problems walking. First, she thought there was some health issue, and it turned out she needed surgery. It could be offered under NFZ, National Health Funds insurance, but she has to wait for a year or a year and a half because there are queues for surgeries, and we offered donation. 12,000 zloty, which is around 3,000 euro, a little bit below 3,000 euro. And it is real help, real assistance. And when you ask this person to tell her story, as guys have been saying, some people offer 1 zloty, 1 euro, and they want to know who are we helping as part of our organization. And people are afraid because they have relatives, they have brothers and sisters or parents back at home in Belarus. So they are afraid of disclosing information. And this is another challenge we have to deal with. And we have to spread the word and collect facts and information about the crimes of this regime, and use practical examples of the way the regime made these people suffer. And we have to look at the situation, at the mistake made by our people in 1994. And we have to spread this information. And this woman, she never referred for help. And she has been living in Poland for several months. And she had problems walking, which means that although there are many of us and there are a number of initiatives, before people learn about that, before they fight their fear, and before they ask for help, a lot of time may pass. Starting In August 2020, people were beaten up, battered, and 15 months have passed, and we are still facing the problems. And this is one of the examples. There are many examples of this kind. If we compare it with 2011, we didn't have such a situation.
Until August 2020, we had never been dealing with helping migrants and refugees. We had been dealing with informal education, info campaigns. We had been organizing workshops for different groups from Belarus, for students, historians, entrepreneurs. We were establishing cooperation with youth organizations in Poland. There was youth exchange. So those were the statutory goals that we were pursuing and we will be pursuing. However, beginning with August, we started integrating business community entrepreneurs, those who had to abandon whatever they built in Belarus, and they had to go here to Poland. And so every week we organize business breakfasts for them, business meetings within the framework of the Business Forum. So last Saturday we had a side event with them. We also work with women's groups. So on Fridays we have meetings with them. Also we work with refugees and before 2020, we had not had those types of activities, but those processes, unfortunately, 15 months on, they have become even more important. Now it's 212 people who applied for help this month alone. And this agenda is going to stay valid. It's here to stay with us for a longer period of time with us because the repression machine is there working. And it is important to continue these miscellaneous integrational programs, and this is what Dr. Alexander Milinkevich mentioned. That is about national identity. We see that the sense of national identity is growing, and we have been approached by 5,000 people. And not many speak Belarusian. And when we read and talk to them on the phone, out of 5,000 people, maybe 100 people would use Belarusian language. But this is an important issue because our language, our tradition, our culture, and our Belarusian history, European history, is our sole protection against our wonderful neighbor, the Russians, who keep on acting and utilizing hybrid tactics. They are exercising their hybrid tactics in Georgia, in Ukraine, and with regard to European countries. So this is how it looks, and all those activities, new forms of activities that we have been running for the last 15 months is something that had not been here 10 years ago. But what we started 10 years ago, and that level of trust and those contacts and the reputation that we had developed over a span of 10 years, this is what allowed us to provide for more efficient legalization, and we are more effective with finding education, arranging for humanitarian visas for the Belarusian refugees to Poland. And last week I attended a Belarusian, German, Polish roundtable, and German experts and representatives of the German Foreign Affairs Ministry confirmed that Poland did the most for the Belarusians, and everything was best prepared here in Poland. And so this period of 10 years of our activities in Poland contributed to that, I hope. And to conclude, all those organizations, Belarusian organizations that have appeared after 2020, it's important for them to continue their work in the countries where they operate, because such contacts will be very much needed for us in order to conduct speedy and effective reforms, and this is what the Free University is preparing for. We need specialists. And this is what I mentioned. We need specialists with non-Soviet, non-Lukashenko, not post-Soviet mentality. We need people with new mentality. We need to change the country with new mentality. And that is why we need the potential of the diaspora, wherever they are, in the Netherlands, in the US, in Ukraine, in Poland, or in Germany.
Important because despite all the high politics, and I work for a political foundation myself, what diaspora organizations often do, and by the way, I fully agree that the term diaspora is debatable, is about humans and very many individual stories that many of you are experiencing every day. So I think it's very important to remind us of that. Are there questions in the audience? I will wait for 10 more seconds. Yes, please. Microphone.
It's not a question, it's more of a comment. You were speaking a lot about national identity, but in journalism, when we speak about language, culture, literature, from the point of view of journalists, these topics are less in demand than what otherwise is more important to fill the newsroom with content. And we know that a lot happened in 2020, but still, as far as the national identity issues are concerned, they are not so much in demand. There is more demand for other intellectual and informational products. We know this is a problem, but we need to think about it, and we need to come up with a solution to promote it. Microphone, please.
Hands right now. Maybe someone wants to react to that. Okay.
Yes, just to answer to that with reference to national identity. Yes, you are right. Unfortunately, if the number of likes and the number of views of material in the Belarusian language is on other topics, not this one. But this has to be done. We have really beautiful examples of countries which were non-existent, but they were capable of returning their languages to life. And perhaps even if the audience is small, but still it is important. Even if we look at the diaspora, within the diaspora, we have many people who have come here, and they're all Russian speakers. Many of them are Russian speakers, and by and by, they start changing. This is a long process, but if we do not do it, then we will never be capable of enlarging the group of people with this consciousness. So we need to promote it, and despite poor viewership and little content available, whatever content is there, it should be high quality. And I'm absolutely confident that we are going to see an ever-increasing demand for such high-quality content. But it will take us not weeks, not months, not years. It will take us decades. But we need to do it. And Euroradio, I don't know, I think we have all programs in Belarusian language. Actually, whatever information we post is in the Belarusian language, and we will never change that. This is our position. That is the position of our radio station. Some time ago, I was lucky to deal with Belarusization in Grodno in the beginning of the 1990s. The communists then, even before the collapse of the Soviet Union, the communists had that idea that from grade 1 to grade 10, they would have the Belarusian language at schools. And then at grade 10, perhaps the universities will start with the Belarusian language as the language of instruction. My position is the following. If we are forcefully going to implant the Belarusian language, we're going to spoil it all, and the Belarusians will turn against the language. It's a very subtle matter. We need to be delicate, and this could be done only by the authorities that understand the significance of the language in shaping national identity. So whatever people come to power, they have to be very careful with the language issue, as not to scare people. It's very difficult to deal with it. We need to also deal with the history of Belarus. We may tell this history in the Russian language, but in the Belarusian, but we can tell that in the Russian language as well. It turns out that even graduates of history at our universities know little about Belarusian history. And Belarusian history will give us this sweet understanding that we are not worse than the others and maybe we're better than the others. We have national heroes. We have people of heroic acts and tragic acts, and people do not know about this history. And it gives me the sense of joy, of happiness. I remember during the Perestroika time, I discovered Belarusian history for myself, and this should be done. It could be done. And apart from this national factor, what is very important, not to keep thinking about Lukashenko and sanctions, because people who listen, they understand that Lukashenko is bad and sanctions are fair but also harsh. But these people need some positive thinking and some belief, and I think that we need to show this spirit that we know how, we have people, we have bright people, we need to give interviews with those people, we should organize a discussion platforms on future reforms. And many diplomats that I speak to here in Warsaw and other places, diplomats say, you're great people, you know how to fight for freedom, but we do not know, and our people do not know, how you're going to build New Belarus. I mean, you may have a program, you may have experts, you may have people in different offices who work there, but people, even Democrats in Belarus don't know about it, so we have to spread the news. We need to show in different discussion platforms that we do have capabilities, and this also raises the spirit, because it shows that there are many of us. We can do it. We have the knowledge. We have the competence. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done, and diaspora is best positioned to do that. The new diaspora, but also the old diaspora can do that.
Okay.
In fact, the example of Ukraine may be useful here. Well, the language situation there is quite different. There have always been regions that spoke only Ukrainian, and there were other regions who spoke only Russian. Now there is this shift towards the Ukrainian language, but the Ukrainian language has always been the official language. But Kiev is actually a Russian-speaking town, city. And until now, yes, there are disputes, and even if universities and secondary schools have Ukrainian as the language of instruction, still they have some other schools that have Russian as the language of instruction, although they don't admit it. And even in Kiev, there used to be a saying that you have a Russian-speaking girl, change the girl. But now it's no longer there. We're quite liberal as far as the language issue is concerned, because we see to what extremes the language issue may lead to. So we try to speak different languages to our audience. We even speak Ukrainian language, speaking to Belarusians in Ukraine. But Belarusians who have left are very much interested more interested in their history, in their language, and their roots. They are much more interested in the notion of historic memory, because once you see the notional other when abroad, and then we see what makes us different from the others. You understand what your identity is all about. So as you go to Lithuania, Poland, or Georgia, for that matter, all the better you see the differences, all the better you see the distinctive features, even in Ukraine, even in Russia. So I think that this is the point of time when we use this window of opportunity to tell people about who we are. because we actually found out about each other last summer, and we will learn about each other even more. And in Ukraine, initially, when the Ukrainian language was established in cinemas and on Ukrainian TV, there were many protests, but then it all smoothed out, and now it's just fine. And due to the fact that in Ukraine they have really very well developed show business, it's much easier for them to do it in Ukraine than in Belarus, because in Belarus we've never had good TV where we could promote some content in the Belarusian language. But in Ukraine there is a crazy frenzy for all sorts of shows. They have YouTube channels and TV programs, and they keep talking about Ukraine, what the country is all about, what the geographical and historical features of Ukraine. And it's such cool stuff. You really want to watch it, regardless of whether you're Ukrainian or not. And so Belarusians probably have to develop this type of content, and it will be because people have demand. People want to hear that, and so we need to satisfy that need. Thank you.
I don't want to interrupt the discussion. I just want to say that last week at Minsk Forum in Vilnius, there was a whole panel on Belarusian identity. So it may be interesting to also look at what was discussed last week for those who are particularly interested in that. But nonetheless, Yuri.
Добрый вечер. Меня зовут.
My name is Yura. I came in August 2020, and Sasha Lapko helped me a lot. So I'm very grateful. Let us focus on the real problems of the Belarusian diaspora nowadays. So the real issue is that people need integration. They need to learn Polish here in Poland. I understand the importance of Belarusian culture and Belarusian language. Whenever I can, I speak Belarusian, but here and now we need help with learning Polish. Polina, thank you a lot. Ales, thank you a lot. Belarusian Solidarity Center, thank you. The Belarusian House Foundation, thank you. But let us try to integrate these people, because this is a real problem now. This diaspora has emerged and is growing right now. And we need to help people in order to think about these high values. They have to find a job, housing, find their place in this world, in this country. Then discussion about Belarusian identity will be more developed when people stop thinking about how to pay rent next month. So please, dear Belarusian organizations and foundations in Warsaw, please pay attention to these issues about learning Polish. Please attract teachers who could teach Belarusians, teach Polish language to them, because it is a huge hurdle, a huge barrier. So please, please pay attention to that. Thank you.
Get Alexander on board again, because I think this is an issue that we also have in Germany, of German language. So maybe you can tell us a little bit if Razam does something in this regard, and how you think this is handled in Germany, that people have issues to integrate because of language, that they have issues to work because of language. What do you do on that?
Ну, для тех людей, которые
Those who have humanitarian visas, immediately they have access to German courses. The German state does this. It offers such programs, so Razam doesn't have to be involved in that. So we may organize meetings and explain how to get registered for such a language course, but the German state actually solves this issue. It is not part of our activity in terms of language courses because it is done at the level of the German state. Of course, we help with integration in German society. Our volunteers try to assist people to establish contacts with Germans, to explain something to newcomers, explain things about the German mindset, worldview. So language courses are organized by the state in Germany. I wanted to mention we have 3 courses at the moment organized by the Belarusian House. A week or 2 weeks ago, we established the entire group, new group of students. And there is a huge demand for Polish language courses. We have recruitment which is open, and via Facebook we have the information about how to get enrolled for the course, and we have a queue actually, and we will open new courses for new groups of trainees. So I'm open about that. One of our teachers, unfortunately, is going to give birth to a baby, fortunately, but she cannot continue teaching. And we are looking for teachers. It's a hot issue. Thank you for attracting our attention to that. Let me add, the Belarusian Youth Hub, after the last election, we paid a lot of attention to humanitarian help and aid. Now, we focus on giving a fishing rod instead of a fish. So we want to help people to help themselves. So we offer them tools to solve issues like the Maslow's pyramid, because first you need to find money to pay for rent, to buy food. People who come here are usually well qualified. They have 2 diplomas sometimes, but they work in Poland as cleaning ladies or shop assistants very often. So unlike the Belarusian House Foundation and some of the other organizations, we have chosen a different approach, a different path. As a youth organization, we cooperate with Polish universities that also offer Polish language courses. For example, the Warsaw University, the Łódź University offers 100 slots for Belarusians. The university in Poznań, thanks to e-learning mode and online courses, you can take part in a language course despite of the place where you reside. So please keep in touch with us. Please write to us, contact us. Whoever hears my words, we publish information about the enrollment, so it's not a physical queue. You can enroll online, so please keep track of information. We offer quite a number of courses. So even now, a teacher wrote a text message to me, a teacher of the Polish language who wants to teach Polish to refugees, and I'm going to call her. So we will offer yet another course. So even online people contact us thanks to today's event. So we can see that there is a huge demand for that. So please contact the Belarusian Youth Hub. I would like to add that there are no state programs in Poland as regards teaching Polish language, which is different from Germany. In Ukraine, it is not in demand because every Belarusian understands Ukrainian. Why not in demand? We have language courses, Ukrainian language courses as well. We have always been organizing Polish language courses. We even attracted some of the teachers during the health resort stay last year when our guys were in the health resort. And we cooperated with the University of Warsaw, and professional lecturers taught Polish. And we are also attracting effective, efficient teachers who are successful in teaching Polish. We are selecting the best ones. And still there is huge demand for Polish language courses. It is also related to the statistical data. In spring, there were fewer people compared to the current situation, although the borders have been closed down. More and more people arrive in Poland, so we have to organize 3-4-fold more courses. For example, we have 15 participants at the moment, which is a kind of not very efficient. 8 people in a group is the optimal approach. The fewer people, the better.
So Aliona Kulic already had to wait quite a lot of time.
Thank you very much for these interesting speeches and discussions. In 2020, the diaspora is of a different quality, and it has emerged actually, and we could finally see each other. And so my question refers to the future. Maybe you can briefly answer my question. Are you happy with the state, the shape of the diaspora, not in separate countries? Poland, for example, we have different organizations. But also in other countries, is there cooperation between different diasporas? And is there a potential for concerted efforts so that we become stronger together? So your subjective points of view.
The second question has already been answered before. There is definitely cooperation. But the first question is still an important one, and maybe we can actually really close with that. Are you satisfied with the amount of cooperation? Are you also generally satisfied with what is done right now? I mean, there can always be done more, but how do you think Belarusian diaspora organizations are generally doing overall right now for the cause of Belarusians in need? And I start with Ales. One of the 4, Ales.
Как мы узнали,
Полина Alexandrovna. So everyone is Alexander or Alexander related. So speaking of effectiveness of cooperation and communication between diasporas, let me say that there are Belarusians abroad as an initiative before the election. These are Belarusians who wanted to organize themselves and carried out exit polls. Then Belarusians abroad initiative was established. Then Belarusian ambassadors in order to promote the diaspora's agenda, together with Svetlana Tikhanovska's office and democratic forces. So the strength of diasporas and the fact that we have joint efforts means that the regime reacts to that. There are a lot of video materials and films about the way that there are some puppeteers, masterminds behind the diasporas, but we are not destroyed. We trust each other. In late September in Vilnius, Tikhanovska's office organized a conference for diasporas, and representatives of various organizations from European countries, first of all, were present because it was easier for them to arrive. But there were participants online. Then there was the second Congress of Belarusians in the world. which also indicates that the previous Congress was not only a one-time event. It means that we do not want to stop. We want to cooperate and develop, and we are becoming stronger. We are growing stronger, and we understand the role of Belarusians abroad, and we understand that we can do a lot for Belarusians. In 2020, it all started. 2021, we have grown stronger, and we will be stronger in 2022. And the third Congress of Belarusians in the world will be organized, and the national embassies have developed different initiatives, including the yacht meeting of Belarusians from abroad. So we have a lot of plans for the future.
Of course, everyone should still answer this question, but quickly, please. And slowly.
Хорошо. Я думаю, что это вопрос.
Well, perhaps we are talking about excessively high expectations that everyone wants to have everything good immediately as soon as Lukashenko is gone. This is not going to happen, and diaspora cannot become an ideal diaspora within a year. Of course, there will be conflicts within the diaspora, and of course, people will come and go. There will be people whom we trust too much and people whom do we not trust enough. This is normal, and one should not expect something completely unbelievable to happen within such a short period of time. So civil society and diaspora need time. This is just the beginning. They have just been concepted, so they have to start developing. Just like with a little baby, it needs to grow. And I'm happy to see this little organism growing. It is growing. I just would like to say that there is coordination. People meet each other, people talk to each other, and I think that perhaps we should talk less and do more. And when you asked about the language courses here in the room, it proves the point that we need to do more. There are expectations. People were forced to leave Belarus, and they are expecting us to do things. And another thing, the regime and the services, they keep on trying, sowing distrust within the diaspora. They're trying to bring about conflict artificially. They are trying to make us quarrel. All of those propaganda tricks prove that point. They are trying to make us quarrel. But the diaspora, as I said before, the diaspora has indeed become a very influential force. Diaspora is independent, and beginning with 2020, the diaspora is there, and the diaspora is going to influence the course of events in Belarus. And the diaspora is not going to depend on the possible links between the West and regimes, although I do hope there will be no such links. But the diaspora is there to stay influential. And the diaspora has already shown that the diaspora is capable of raising funds and financing their own activities. And the diaspora has proven their capability of raising funds for giving aid. Huge money has been raised, and this is a historical act of solidarity, regardless of the problems. And what is also important is that within the diaspora, we now see new organizations that are being managed from the Kremlin, from Russian embassies. This is what the Kremlin is doing. The Kremlin is trying to create alternative diaspora. The Kremlin wants to create a new alternative diaspora that is going to implement Kremlin's scenarios, and this is important to remember about that there is this alternative diaspora on the rise, and we do have to remember about our own national formats.
And, yeah, okay, then it's a German-Belarusian forum after all, so then the very last statement comes from the German diaspora representative today.
Well, although a year has already passed, I said that the Belarusian diaspora in Germany has great potential, has a lot of energy. More and more people join us, and they're offering help. And some people burn out, that's true. But still, there are many newcomers who come, who approach us, and are interested in giving help, and they're asking how they could help. And of course, we all hoped that in summer 2020 the change would occur quickly, but we understand that what is important is to do whatever we can do properly, and even if we are capable of helping at least one person who had suffered, it's already important. It already gives all of us some sense of belonging, sense of a common idea that we have found each other, that we have all united, that we're all united in around the same ideas. And therefore I would say that many people say that Belarus will never be the same as it used to be before 2020, but the same could be said about the Belarusian diaspora. It is never going to be as apolitical as it was prior to 2020. It's never going to be that we have found each other, and so we're going to continue.
Most powerful last words we could have had for the day. Thank you very much for our panel. Thank you. He said he didn't want to add anymore. Does he? Okay, then please.
Just briefly, this is a colossal potential as never before that lies within the Belarusian diaspora. I believe and I hope that this potential is going to be implemented, and I do appeal to you, do not listen to those who say that nothing is left in Belarus, that the most influential organizations have been burnt out. But the people are there, and those people are there. They work in very difficult and harsh conditions. And what I see as a task for the diaspora in the free world is to help those who are still in Belarus, and they're going to stay there. It's a very difficult task, but it's a doable task. And this is what I appeal to. And undoubtedly, that is going to increase, to boost your own potential. Thank you.
Ben? Möchtest du?
So, in the name of German-Belarusian Society, I would like to thank everybody for the discussions today. It's not on? So again, in the name of German-Belarusian Society, I would like to thank everyone for the discussions today, specifically the moderators. Specifically the moderators and the panelists. I would like to thank the Belarusian House in Warsaw for hosting the conference, specifically also the people from the Belarusian House who were working the whole day behind the scenes. And I would like to thank Euroradio for making it possible to translate all of this into the internet and stream. And a special thanks to those people. Without this kind of communication in more than one language is not possible, meaning the translators for the work. And some of the people maybe we'll see in Berlin and Brussels, and we hope that this successfully continues. For now, thank you, everybody, and we have the possibility to communicate a little bit longer with some food and drink.